Chapter 1. Game clear. I did it. Those words burst from my mouth, my arms jettisoning upwards in triumph. Clear was the glaring message blazing across the computer screen in front of me. I had triumphed over the ultimate trial in the game. Damn right. I did it. I crushed this goddamn game. Overwhelmed. A single tear made its way down my face. Considering the brutal 6 months it took to conquer this game, I couldn't help but be overcome with emotion. Tower Defense va Dungeon Attack RPG. Protect the Empire. This was an old-school game, a classic that had stood the test of over 10 years. In it, you drafted and trained heroes to protect the city, plunging headlong into the dungeons beyond to secure victory. All the while you're strategizing in a turn-based RPG. You positioned your characters on the map and commanded them individually. If a hero that you'd poured time and effort into was killed, they were gone for good, establishing the game's notorious difficulty. The game was a global sensation in its prime, but now it's just an old classic. So why am I only now claiming victory? Firstly, nobody had ever conquered it on the highest difficulty. That difficulty, hell, combined with Iron Man mode, where progress was saved automatically. This combination, known as Hell's Iron Man, had remained unbeaten. The game kept every player's victory data on its server and ranked it. However, Hell Iron Man had remained unbeaten. Some had beaten the game on legendary difficulty in Iron Man mode, and others had turned off Iron Man mode to beat Hell difficulty. But Hell's Iron Man had seen no victor until now. But today, 10 years after the game was launched, a champion has emerged. Me. Challenging the impossible is human instinct, like surmounting a peak that no one has yet scaled. So I took it on. And the second reason. Damn. RetroAddict finally did it. Congrats. LMAO. Gotta respect the persistence of the RetroAddict. First in the world, well done. Thanks for the grueling work over the past 6 months. Chat messages came pouring into the chat window on a second monitor next to my game screen. Seeing the chat log, I could only smile. I told you all, didn't I? No matter how damn hard it is, games are made to be beaten. I am a game streamer, specifically a streamer who plays challenging classic games. My ID is RetroAddict. As for the number of viewers, it's surprisingly large. Nostalgia always draws a crowd. Watching a battle of high difficulty is always gripping content. I typically pull in around 3,000 viewers, but as I approached the final stage, that number climbed past 10,000, and with the news of my victory, more viewers were flocking in. Mission Fairy has donated 100,000 won. You can brag all you want today. As promised, I'm sending the donation. One by one, regular viewers who had pledged to donate upon my victory started to follow through. Shitty Game Connoisseur has gifted 50,000 won. Damn. Now what am I supposed to watch for the next 6 months if you've already smashed it? Blackbox has gifted 10,000 won. Thought I was investing in a sure thing when I bet you couldn't beat the game. Damn, you played me. Dog Barks at Boring Streams has gifted 30,000 won. Can't bark at you today, good job. Ah. Thanks everyone for the donations. I'll keep giving it my all. As the generosity flowed, I thanked my viewers, echoed their comments, and they responded with palpable joy, their chat messages ricocheting off each other. The chat room was a party. For the first time in a decade, a player had crushed a level no one else had. Could there be a more illustrious accomplishment for a gamer? My viewers, having accompanied me on this odyssey, reveled in the victory as if it were their own. Such a damn shame the Holy Maiden fell in the final battle. She was only an R grade, but she carried us all this way. He had no other choice. If he hadn't distracted the boss with the second squad, he wouldn't have even gotten this far. I yelled when the third squad got wiped out. They were a team of SSR heroes, his strongest, but they didn't make it. I was freaking out when everyone except our main man Lucas from the first squad bit the dust. The viewers had become emotionally invested in the characters over the last half year, and mourned those I lost in the final battle. In this game, you pull and develop heroes using in-game currency. Based on a combination of luck and grades, heroes are picked from categories such as SSR, SRRN, and then cultivated. Every viewer had a favorite, watching the stream through the lens of their chosen hero. From the badass SSR-grade powerhouses to the N-grade underdogs who punched above their weight. In the end, they all fell. I allowed a wry smile. The sheer brutality of the game didn't afford progress without sacrifice. Despite my best efforts to keep everyone alive until the final stage, all but the main character fell during the climactic boss battle. Well, my objective wasn't everyone's survival, but reaching the ending. Hey, you freaking did it. You saved the Empire. Erase the link to the moment our hero Lucas took down the boss solo. Here. Holy shit. So epic. This is YouTube gold. Now that's a protagonist. I too clicked the linked video and rewatched the scene with my viewers. Our hero Lucas, his blonde hair whipped back, swung his sword with lethal precision, and down fell the final boss, the Sleepless Lake Princess, once thought invincible. When I exited the video and returned to the game, Lucas was still standing. Last stage clear. Stage MVP, Lucas, SSR. Behind the victory screen that had rolled down. In front of the felled boss, atop a heap of fallen comrades and enemies, Lucas stood, unflinching. For some reason, though he was but a game character, he appeared strangely lonely. Achievement unlocked. Hell difficulty via Iron mode conquered. Hell's Ironman. Special privileges granted for your accomplishment. Calculating clear ranking. Clear ranking updated. World ranking first, player retro addict. The rankings refreshed, and just as expected, I was number 1 on the global scoreboard. My viewers celebrated anew. I quietly snapped a screenshot. Click. Next, the ending cutscene kicked in and the credits began to roll. I made a point not to skip it. I wanted to bask in the moment. Shouldn't the game creators gift Retro Addict something? About halfway through the credits, a viewer proposed. They set an unbeatable difficulty, and he showed them up. They owe him something. Seriously, right? If it wasn't for Retro Addict, this game would never have been beaten. Is the game company still in business? Someone should drop them a line. I chuckled quietly. Nah, no need for the developers to gift me anything. Just sharing the fun with you all for the past 6 months was reward enough. But Retro Addict's eyes scream greed. He's playing coy, but this sneaky bastard would love a reward. Hang on, did the company go under? There's no official website. Did they flop? No new releases for a decade. They must be bust. So, who's keeping the clear data servers up and running? As my viewers speculated wildly, I stared at the dwindling roll of credits, relishing the moment. The unique satisfaction of completing a game, a curious cocktail of achievement and a tinge of emptiness, filled me. That's when it hit. Hello, Retro Addict. I'm the director of Protect the Empire. Out of the blue, this message popped up in the chat. The chat room exploded. What? Is it legit? Come on, it's a scam. You lot are so gullible. That user has been a regular viewer since he started playing Protect the Empire. Could it be the actual director? Director, please launch Protect the Empire 2. We want to see Retro Addict squirm more. Surprised, I checked the user's chat history. They'd been tuning into my streams ever since I started playing Protect the Empire half a year back. But they'd never posted anything until now. And this person chose to break their silence right after I completed the Hell's Ironman difficulty. I need to thank you. Honestly, I had given up. I never thought anyone could do it. The alleged director continued. But you did it. And I can't tell you how relieved I am. Thank you so much. No. You don't need to thank me. I awkwardly scratched the back of my head. Whether or not this was the actual director, it felt nice. I never imagined I'd be thanked for beating a game. It gives me hope that there's still a chance for us. I blinked, puzzled. Hope? What kind of absurdity was that? Oh right, rumor had it that the company was broke. So, they were on the brink of giving up, but my relentless gameplay inspired them. Was that the idea? You have proven your worth and capabilities. Please come to us and lend a hand. Well, could they be working on a sequel to Protect the Empire? Do they need me to beta test it? Is that why they're extending an invitation to their studio? Just as I was about to probe into the mysterious message. Huh? The world around me started to spin, everything blurred. Must be dizziness from playing nonstop. True, I hadn't eaten or had a drink since the final stage. It must have been a good few hours to clear. The lights from the dual monitors scattered. The spinning wasn't just mild, it was downright violent. The chatter in the chat box and the scrolling credits on the pitch-black screen meshed into one. I must have overdone it. I was about to black out while gaming. Well, if I did faint, my viewers would likely dial 911 for me, right? With that comforting thought, I succumbed. The last thing that grabbed my attention before everything went black was, "Thank you for playing. Thank you for playing. Protect the Empire." That message marked the end of the credit roll. And then I descended into the void. Chapter 2. Stage 0, commencing the tutorial. Boom! As my eyes flickered open, a deluge of bricks tumbled down before me with a resounding crash. Huh? This puzzled exclamation slipped out as a figure from behind propelled me forcefully onto my stomach. What the hell? I attempted to swivel my head to identify my assailant. But, boom! Before I managed, another explosion, trailed by a massive tremor, engulfed me. It felt as though a bomb had detonated just inches from my face. Startled, I flattened myself even more against the ground. Soon, the tremors dwindled and the ringing in my ears began to abate. I gingerly raised my head to examine my surroundings. What was going on? Before me stretched a colossal brick fortification. Fires raged sporadically with plumes of smoke billowing out, cries and screams echoing all around. The fortification wall adjacent to me was dissolving, as if liquefied by intense heat. Evidently, something akin to a bomb had gone off. What on earth is happening? With a fearful mutter, I scanned the scene. Individuals, donned in blood-drenched armor, scurried in all directions. Cannons mounted on the fortification walls spewed fire in repetitive salvos, while people frantically brandished swords and loosed arrows over the walls. What threat lay beyond those walls warranting such desperate retaliation? Hesitantly, I craned my neck to see, and beyond the walls were monsters, screedash, beasts resembling gargantuan spiders, significantly larger than humans, swarmed over the fortifications in a relentless wave, their chilling cries reverberating in the air. There had to be hundreds, no, thousands of them. Incredulous, I stood frozen. What on earth is this? Is this some sort of dream? Or a hallucination triggered by something I ate? You can deny the reality all you want. But isn't that a bit kitsch, Your Highness? A grumbling voice emerged from behind me. It must have belonged to the person who had pushed me to the ground. I spun around, dazed. There he was, a familiar young man. A remarkably handsome face looming close to mine in the midst of this horrifying battlefield only added to my disorientation. The proximity was too overwhelming. I wished he'd give me some breathing room. Beneath his shimmering blonde hair, his bright blue eyes sparkled. His muscular frame was evident beneath his leather armor. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a protagonist. Yes, just like a protagonist, but hold on. Lucas. Unconsciously, I found myself pointing at the striking man. The resemblance was uncanny. He looked exactly like Lucas, the protagonist of Protect the Empire, the game I had been engrossed in just a little while ago. The blond young man looked taken aback. So, you finally remembered my name, and here I thought you'd forgotten me, despite my faithful service as your knight escort. What? Really, Lucas? Wait a moment, if that's true. Does this mean him in? Boom! Once more, something careened in, causing a section of the fortification to crumble. I let out a scream and rolled on the ground. Somebody, please save me. My screams of agony echoed in the air as I writhed on the ground. Please, someone, save me. Lucas, his teeth clenched, rushed over and hoisted me up with force. Since you've likely forgotten again, let me remind you, we're up against the Black Spider Legion. 200 heavily armored siege units, and 900 close combat assault units. Our forward base is on the brink of collapse. I was so overwhelmed I could barely articulate a response. The Black Spider Legion was a breed of monster from Defend the Empire. They were notorious for ruthlessly tormenting players from mid-game onwards. Lucas issued a growl as his gaze swept over the fortress wall. But these damn creatures don't function at sunset. The sun will set in about 30 minutes. How many times have I told you to remain inside the base buildings then? It dawned on me then that the bombardment we were enduring was the siege attack from the Black Spider Legion. Boom! Crash! Sparks flew in every direction, walls melted away, and the soldiers on the ramparts fell one after another, blood spraying everywhere. Damn it, this way! Lucas practically hoisted me up and dragged me into the base. Despite the scorched and crumbling buildings within the base, it was a stark improvement from the nightmare outside. After gently setting me down indoors, Lucas bellowed, "Stay here until sunset. Don't you dare step outside. Understood?" Yeah. I somehow managed a response. "Thanks, Lucas." Lucas shot me a puzzled glance before darting back toward the wall. What was with him? Was a simple thank you really that strange? What exactly was our relationship? I brushed off the dirt from my waist, a result of all the rolling, and looked around. I needed to understand the situation at hand. Ugh! It hurts. It hurts so much. The base buildings were teeming with injured soldiers. Their bodies were tightly bound with blood-soaked bandages, and their groans of pain filled the air. Each time the monsters' cries echoed from outside, they squirmed in terror. But something seemed to instill greater fear in the soldiers than the monsters. Yikes! Your Highness? It was me. As I approached the wounded soldiers, they recoiled in unison, laying flat on the ground. "We're sorry. We're sorry. We have nothing to say. We're despicable for resting with such minor injuries. Well, return to the battlefield. Please spare us the execution." Execution? What on earth were they talking about? I frantically waved my hands. "No, you all seem hurt. I just wanted to help. Do you intend to end our suffering by killing us? These injuries are nothing. Well, return to the front lines immediately." Before I could utter a response, the injured soldiers made their way toward the fortress walls. Dumbfounded, I stood there, surveying the suddenly vacant building. What the hell? First things first, stay calm. Whether this is a dream or reality, I need to maintain composure. The vacant room housed a lone chair. Without much thought, I flopped into it, massaging my throbbing forehead. I needed to organize my thoughts. Firstly, as preposterous as it may sound, I was trapped within the world of Protect the Empire. Yes, the very same game that I had recently conquered on the most challenging level. The existence of the protagonist, Lucas, and the signature monsters, the Black Spider Legion, left no room for doubt. I had no inkling of how I wound up here, but that was the current reality. So then, who am I in this place? I wasn't the retro addict who earned a living by live streaming games in the real world. That detail seemed irrelevant now. "Are you feeling any better, Your Highness?" The people here addressed me as such. Lucas, who had poked his head into the building from outside, asked me. I offered a weak nod. I think I'm okay. The sunset has started. The Black Spider Legion is beginning to withdraw. They'll likely set up a blockade soon." Lucas, wiping the blood smeared on his cheek, let out a sigh. "Somehow we've survived yet another day. Who can predict what tomorrow brings?" My eyes settled on Lucas' face. Observing him in the flesh, as opposed to the pixelated figure on my computer screen, felt both astounding and peculiar. But there were matters of greater importance than scrutinizing a man's face. I slowly rose from the chair. "Lucas, what about the wounded?" I mean the wounded soldiers who were in this room. They all scattered when I walked in. Where are they now? They all ran out at your entrance, so they're stationed at the wall now. The color drained from Lucas' face. Your Highness, did the soldiers offend you in some way? No, it's not that. Please pardon them. Any soldier capable of wielding a weapon is invaluable right now. We can only maintain morale by executing soldiers up to a certain extent. No, I said I won't execute them. I won't take their lives. Why does everyone perceive me as a murderous tyrant who slays people as easily as swatting flies? At my outburst, Lucas' eyes bulged as though he had just experienced an epiphany. Cold sweat trickled down my back. Was it really true? Was I that type of person? The kind who guillotines subordinates for amusement? Listen, I won't harm them. Let them rest here. Lucas looked at me. Confusion etched on his face. Ha! Sunset is nearing. It will get cold soon. Light the stove and let the injured rest here. They need to recuperate if they are to fight tomorrow. Okay. And you, we need to talk. As I stepped outside, Lucas' voice trembled as he spoke to me. Your Highness, perhaps. Will you be executing me instead of the soldiers? No, I won't kill anyone. I've told you already. Just who on earth had I been? The gusts howling across the city walls were frigid. They swept across my face, a bone-chilling winter wind. And the wind of the night. Coldness was expected, but there was an additional element. Gradually, I took in my surroundings. Death. Death was ubiquitous. Monster carcasses were piled beneath the wall, and human bodies strewn on top. The aura of death radiated a cold far sharper than the winter or night. Lucas, what's the time now, and where are we? I asked, standing at the edge of the wall, struggling to suppress the nausea brought on by the overpowering stench of blood. Lucas, stationed behind me, appeared confused by my question, but he responded distinctly. It is the final day of February in the year 649 of the Empire. We are at the forward base of the fortress city of Crossroad. So tomorrow would be the first day of March, 649. That's correct. I gritted my teeth. Year 649 of the Empire, March 1st. Monster frontline base. A very familiar time and place. Why wouldn't it be? Over the last 6 months, while engrossed in Protect the Empire, I had to play the tutorial at this time and place hundreds of times. So that's why the situation felt so eerily familiar. I had conquered Protect the Empire on Hell mode with Iron Man mode activated. Iron Man mode permitted only a single save slot throughout the game, and the game automatically overwrote progress onto that slot. This meant that save scumming was out of the question. But what if the entire game situation became an insurmountable challenge? You had to abandon the current game and begin anew. Viewers nicknamed this process of restarting from the beginning a new Earth or a new Empire. I maintained a tally of the number of restarts, and the time I completed the game was on the 742nd Earth, which meant I had failed 741 times and replayed the tutorial map 742 times. I couldn't help but know the tutorial like the back of my hand. Tomorrow, the prologue of Protect the Empire, the tutorial stage kicks off. The tutorial is straightforward. It introduces the world and the game's control system, and everyone except Lucas meets their end. I had glossed over the storyline hundreds of times, but recalling it now, I remembered everything. Simultaneously, I also recognized who I was. So, I am Ash. Pardon me. My name. Ash born hater ever black. TL note, his nickname in Korean is, and in English we just call them haters. Much like Taylor Swift has a song about haters, there's a Korean song about them too. /watch. V equals 3S1 JFDRP5M. Lucas gazed at me as though I was stating something self-evident, but I was deadly serious. I gritted my teeth and tugged at my hair. Why did it have to be this despicable character of all people? The Empire's maniac, the third prince. The most incompetent leader who foolishly dragged the majority of the fortress city's forces to the forward base, leading to their complete wipeout. And the character who endures the most horrifying end in the tutorial. Ash born hater ever black. In the main game, he's a minor character, a throwaway extra who dies as soon as he appears. I was yanked into this game world, and of all people I have to be this bastard? That was the exact moment I grasped the identity of myself. Ding! A familiar, albeit cheap, sound effect echoed, and a transparent window materialized before my eyes. Stage 0. Objective: survive the monster onslaught. Reward? It was a system window I had seen countless times before. Indeed, it was identical to the interface of Protect the Empire, the game I was immersed in just moments ago. That's when it truly hit me. I had indeed been thrust into the world of the game, and this game was an absolute piece of shit. Your Highness, are you okay? Lucas gazed at me with concern as I blankly stared into the void. Lucas. Yes, Your Highness. I rigidly turned my head towards Lucas, and I whispered in a hushed tone. It was a sentence delivered with passion, sincerity, and intensity. Shit. Chapter 3. Stage 0. Even under the crumbling sky. The forward outpost of the fortress city, Crossroad. Headquarters reserved for the commander. I was locked in a fierce staring match with the mirror. Reflecting back at me was a striking man, adorned with jet-black hair and eyes that gleamed like the night sky as if he were a figure plucked straight from a masterpiece painting. The third prince of the Everblack Empire, Ash-born hater Everblack. It seems this pretty boy was the one ID inexplicably inhabited? Have I finally lost it? It was a bitter pill to swallow. ID not only stepped into a game world but also become a dispensable character destined to die in the tutorial. As sunrise greeted the dawn of the new day, the dreaded tutorial would commence. Why, of all people, did it have to be this bastard? I groaned, running both hands down my face in exasperation. Hovering in front of me was a translucent system window, detailing a comprehensive character profile of Ash. Character summary: Ash-born hater Everblack. It was almost as detailed as a short story, but to summarize, Ash, the youngest son of the Everblack Empire, the third prince. Plagued by madness since childhood, Ash was known for his volatile and cruel nature. From a young age, had been indulged with everything he wanted and was quick to discard anything he found displeasing. His palace was a breeding ground for constant calamities and mishaps. As he matured into adulthood, his days were consumed by lascivious escapades with noble daughters, his profligate lifestyle draining the national treasury, and his flagrant disrespect towards bureaucrats and knights causing mayhem. As his reign of terror escalated and grievances within the capital proliferated, the emperor was left with no choice but to take severe action. Ash, I hereby assign you as the lord and commander of the fortress city, Crossroad. Dedicate yourself to ensuring the empire's tranquility by combating the monsters at bay. While it sounded like a commendable appointment, it was effectively an exile and demotion. The fortress city, Crossroad, was situated at the southernmost tip of the world. From the colossal southern lake, monsters emerged relentlessly. With a staggering average of thousands of casualties each year, it was the most formidable monster frontline in the world. Being tasked to combat monsters here was akin to a life sentence, a never-ending struggle. And Ash was an outright lunatic. On his inaugural day, he rallied the Imperial soldiers who had accompanied him from the capital, along with the mercenaries stationed in the fortress city, and ventured southward. If we obliterate the root of these monsters, our troubles will be over. In essence, Ash's approach wasn't entirely flawed. The mission to exterminate that origin was precisely the premise of this game: protect the Empire. The predicament arose due to timing. The day Ash led his forces to march coincided with the day the dormant monsters of the past decade sprang into action. Upon their arrival at the forward base, Ash and his soldiers were ambushed by the sudden emergence of the Black Spider Legion, and they waged a blood-soaked battle around the clock for 3 consecutive days. On the 4th day, the forward base fell. Their deployed forces were annihilated. Lucas, the protagonist and Ash's personal knight, managed to escape the carnage with Ash, but Ash didn't survive the escape. Ultimately, Lucas was the sole survivor, making his way back to Crossroad. As the deputy commander, Lucas held the fort at Crossroad, all while initiating an assault on the dungeon, the source of the monstrous outbreak. This was the opening narrative of the game, Protect the Empire. But damn it, that wasn't the pressing issue right now. Shit. I wiped the cold sweat coursing down my face with my hand. Ash, you idiot. You should have holed up in the fortress city. Why did you barge out? Why? I was certain that regardless of when I was plunged into the game, I could carve a path to survival. I was the only person who had completed the game at its harshest difficulty setting. Except for this one time, this accursed tutorial phase alone. It's unbeatable. This stage is designed to be lost. In the game, this tutorial was crafted to guarantee defeat, regardless of the strategy employed. We were vastly outnumbered, and the monsters, equipped with higher levels and superior specifications, far eclipsed our own soldiers. During the 3-year run of this game, the Black Spider Legion monsters only became viable targets midway through the 2nd year. Confronted by hundreds of those bastards right from the get-go, victory seemed an impossible dream. Ultimately, even in the final tutorial, only Lucas managed to escape. No, pull yourself together, retro addict. I sought to regain my composure, delivering a few sharp slaps to my own cheeks. Games are made to be beaten. If this situation is a challenge thrown at me, there must be a solution. Yes. Even though this place was undoubtedly reality, it also mirrored the game I conquered. I had a greater understanding of this game, Protect the Empire, than anyone else in the world. If I could harness all my knowledge and experience, I should be able to devise a plan, even when the sky seemed to be falling. First, let's catalog what cards I and the enemy hold. With a calm demeanor, I began to dissect what resources both my enemies and I possessed. Firstly, the enemy's hand. I could access the enemy's information via the system window. They were surprisingly generous with their intel. Let's see. Enemy information, Stage 0. LV? Black Spider Queen 1. LV.60 Black Spider Siege Soldier. 196. LV.55 Black Spider Assault Soldier. 912. The Queen, given the swarm-like structure of the Black Spider Legion, may tag along but possesses no combat abilities. The Queen isn't the concern. The real issue lay in the level and quantity of these spider bastards. What? LV.55? LV.60? And why are there so many? Over 1,000? They're really crossing the line here. Damn it! Oh my God! I cradled my head in despair once more. It seemed hopeless. No matter which angle I viewed it from, it seemed a lost cause. How was I to triumph against such odds?
No.
Calm down. Let's evaluate what we've got as well. I summoned the Allied information window. A stream of various information began to populate the screen. The durability of the wall. It's listed at the bottom. Everything was depleted: arrows, shells, food, medicine, morale. What in the hell wasn't drained? The only viable asset left is this mana cannon. Artifact, Ancient Mana Cannon, SR. A colossal cannon stationed at the apex of the forward base. The weapon with the most formidable firepower in this base. It discharged concentrated magical energy utilizing archaic technology. In the original tutorial, this mana cannon was the key to our escape. When the soldiers were annihilated and the fall of the forward base was inevitable, the thinnest part of the Black Spider Legion's encirclement was obliterated by the cannon, and Lucas, carrying Ash, fled through the resulting breach. In the midst of their escape, Lucas attempted to safeguard Ash to the very end, but in a cruel twist of fate, Ash was captured by the Black Spiders, brutally torn to shreds by their claws, and killed. The scene of Lucas fleeing in tears, abandoning Ash to his horrific screams, was the closing scene of the tutorial. You can't die like that. The thought of being seized by the colossal spiders and devoured alive was revolting. Are there other escape routes? I contemplated various strategies, like mobilizing the entire army under the veil of night for a massive escape, but soon discarded the idea. Those damn spiders, though they loathed being active at sunset, could easily adapt. They would immediately tighten their encirclement and strike. On open ground, the velocity of the Black Spider Legion was on par with that of a warhorse. Abandoning the fortress would be a death sentence. Survival isn't impossible, but the odds are incredibly slim. I need to find a strategy with better odds. Numerous plans popped into his mind one after the other. His initial state of chaos slowly morphed into calm. I coolly evaluated my options. Playing the game in Iron Man mode meant no safe scumming could be used. A single mistake could lead to game over. Therefore, every moment was spent searching for the optimal move. From 6 months of rigorous training, I had learned one thing. There was always a smart move, always a chance of survival. A slightly higher probability. A slightly more certain method. I needed to find it. A sudden idea sparked in my mind, and I swiftly manipulated the system window. Soon, the screen I was seeking popped up. The party screen. Main party, May 5th. LV.1 EX. LV.25 Lucas, SSR. LV.15 Lily R. LV.15 Ken, N. LV.10 Damien, N. I swallowed hard. This is it. Protect the Empire was a game where you trained hundreds of heroes and dispatched them onto the battlefield. Heroes were organized into parties, with one party consisting of 5 members. The tutorial followed the same structure: 5 members. Even if I could forget the storyline, I won't forget the tutorial party members. They were merely pitiful characters, destined to die after teaching me the game mechanics. But as I had pushed the game to its brink, I knew them well. Out of these 5, 4 excluding LucasArts fated to die. Given the inevitable death of these characters, the game developers seemed to have inserted a little joke for these 4. A joke that was non-functional in the game, serving solely as a quirky detail. If this is genuinely a world within a game, then that joke should still exist. And if that joke could be exploited, then there were potential strategies. The plan was as fragile as a spider's web, yet it held a certainty. Lucas. I thrust the door open and stuck my head out. Lucas, who had been dozing on his feet while on guard duty, jumped and turned to face me. Yes, Your Highness. What's the issue? Summon my personal party immediately. Lucas blinked, taken aback. A party? Do you mean your personal guard unit, Your Highness? You've never summoned them before, why the sudden? Enough with the questions. Just bring them here. I pointed a firm finger at Lucas, a confident grin on my face. Because I've figured a way out of this mess. Moments later, the corridor outside my room teemed with all 5 members of the tutorial party. Myself, Lucas, and 3 new faces. Lily, Ken, Damien. I swiftly scanned their eerily familiar faces, and it made sense. The number of times I'd witnessed their death events was beyond counting. Lily was a woman with fiery red hair cascading from beneath her mage's robe. Ken was a hulking man, bald head gleaming, clutching a shield. And Damien, why is he all huddled up like that? He was a boy with curly brown hair and glasses, adorned in a priest's robe. He looked fine, yet he was sobbing in a corner of the room. What was happening? Damien lost a comrade today. Please understand. Lily managed a pained smile and requested my understanding. Damien, one of the last healers in the unit, appeared to have been tending to the wounded shortly before. A dear comrade of his had succumbed to injuries just recently. Sniff. Sob. Damien couldn't stem his tears. His pristine priest robe was stained with the blood of his comrades. Lily, seated next to Damien, tenderly rubbed his back. Now that I think back on it, that's how it was in the game tutorial. Damien was always the first to die, perpetually suffering from some fear or confusion debuff. I recall him being a critical healer, but he was utterly unhelpful. Come on, Damien. I know you're grieving, but you need to get up. Losing a comrade is heartbreaking, but you must survive, right? I patted Damien's shoulder, but he continued to sob. Ken, the towering knight, glared at me with a look of dissatisfaction. You must survive? Are you for real, Prince? Ha! As I looked at Ken, he spat out his words, his voice brimming with resentment. Are you actually saying that Your Highness, after leading us into this death trap with your pitiful command. What do you mean, have to survive? We're all damned to die because of you. Damn it. That felt unjust. I was not to blame. This damned Ash made this mess and then I was handed the problem. That defense surged to the tip of my tongue, but I swallowed it. Who would believe such an unbelievable tale? More crucially, I could totally empathize with Ken's feelings. A commander abruptly descended from the capital and threw the entire army into the enemy's lap. It was enough to make anyone's blood boil. Yes, it was maddening, but, Ken, I couldn't let that sway me. Are you challenging me, the son of the Emperor and the supreme commander of the front line here? As my voice dropped to a whisper, Ken recoiled. He finally seemed to grasp that the prince standing before him was utterly unhinged. With a smug grin, I allowed one corner of my mouth to twitch upward into a dangerous smile. Once I lost control, it was game over. The plans I was about to implement were outrageously reckless. I needed them to follow me without hesitation. Lucas, so I behead this insolent fool who has insulted the royal family and the supreme commander, right away, decided to lean into my already well-established role of a madman. Chapter 4. Stage 0. There's a hole I can spring up through. Off with his head. This disrespectful child who insulted the royal family and the supreme commander. Immediately, upon hearing my command for Ken's execution, Lucas' face drained of color. But, Your Highness, Ken is a valiant knight of the Empire, momentarily out of his senses due to exhaustion from consecutive battles. He fought most bravely in our recent confrontation. I beg you, show mercy. It seems you've ignored my order, Lucas. Of course, I had no intention of killing Ken. How could I? In these dire circumstances, every party member, every knight, every soldier was precious. Besides, I was not a madman killing people left and right. Right here, right now, execute Ken. That's an order. But above all, it was essential to firmly establish my authority here. Ash, the man whose role I had inherited, was a colossal failure. The situation was so critical that this place might fall by tomorrow, and I had no hope of earning my subordinates' trust in just one night. In the end, there was only one way to make them follow me. Fear. It was a crude strategy, a malevolent move, but there was no other choice. Ken. Seeing that I was not backing down, a frantic Lucas turned to Ken. What are you waiting for? Apologize to His Highness immediately. Kook. Ken. Hurry. Show your respect as an Empire knight and apologize to the prince. Ken, who had been trembling, slowly bowed his head. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I let my emotions get the better of me. Please forgive my impertinence. Ken. I offered him a cold, sarcastic smile. You were thinking this, weren't you? We're all going to die here anyway. So what does it matter if we die by my sword or a spider's claw? As if hit by a pointed accusation, Ken's shoulders shook violently. I continued to grin ominously. But there is a difference. The two are worlds apart. If you die battling the spiders, you'll remain a knight. But if you die defying me, you'll go down as a traitor. I pointed towards the end of the corridor. Looking in that direction, Ken's face turned ghostly white. At the end of the corridor was a cage housing doves. Carrier pigeons. These were the doves that had been tirelessly sending letters pleading for reinforcements over the past few days. The Black Spider Legion didn't bother with birds in the sky, so the carrier pigeons were still operational. Though it seemed we would be wiped out before any reinforcements arrived. Anyway, my point was, if you die a dishonorable death, your family back home will be left in shame. Mess with me, and it won't just end with your death. They'll make sure your disgrace is known back in your homeland, and your families will bear the repercussions. I was openly threatening him. I already knew from the character directory that Ken had a large family to look after. Now, Ken's face was not just pale, but deathly pale. I whispered softly to him. Death isn't the end, Ken. Consider what comes after. I deeply apologize, Your Highness the Prince. Ken was now prostrate on the ground. Please, I beg your mercy. Directly insulting the royal family, you certainly earned a beheading, however. I gave a casual shrug. Given the tough situation we find ourselves in and your past bravery, I'll let this one pass. Thank you, Your Highness. I feared Ken might rebel out of bitterness, but fortunately, he only continued to kneel in obedience. Thank heavens he fell in line. Inwardly, I exhaled a sigh of relief, hidden from the eyes of others. It didn't matter if it was a perilous balancing act. It didn't matter if it was desperate. This place was a high-stakes gamble. One wrong move and we'd all perish. Luckily, my initial show of force seemed to have taken root. Now, that being said, I scanned my party members, nodding my head. Wouldn't we all rather survive together than die together? It was such a self-evident statement. There was no need for confirmation. The party members nodded, their faces a mix of bewilderment and relief. I extended my hand before them, the carrot after the stick. I won't make excuses. Due to my severe misjudgment, our troops are on the brink of obliteration. Everyone's eyes widened. Perhaps they were startled to see this erratic prince admit his faults for the first time. But now is not the moment to brood over past errors. We need to figure out how to survive against those spider bastards. I studied each of their faces in turn. Lucas, Lily, Ken, and Damien, still huddled and weeping in the corner. The faces of those fated to die the next day, yet ready to stand with me in defiance. And I have a plan to repel those bastards of the Black Spider Legion. At my words, Lucas' eyes grew wide. Really? Is that true, Your Highness? Yes, it's a slim chance, but a chance nonetheless. A ripple of shock spread among the party members. Whether it was the surprise at the notion of a possible victory, or disbelief at the ramblings of a deranged prince, I couldn't discern, but one fact was clear. Just once, won't you put your trust in me and follow? The reality was, if they didn't want to face death, they had to follow. After setting the tone. From now on, I will explain the roles each of you will assume in tomorrow's battle. I had the party members gather and started the briefing. First, Lily. Yes, Your Highness the Prince. Lily watched attentively as if hanging on my every word, but her face turned grave at my next words. You will act as the shield in our group. As the main tank, it's your job to block the spider's assaults. Excuse me. Taken aback, Lily queried. Your Highness the Prince. I'm a magician, specifically, a fire mage. Disregarding Lilith's incredulous reply, I shifted my gaze to Ken. And Ken. Yes, sir. You'll covertly penetrate the enemy camp and wreak havoc. Ken, mirroring Lilith's astonishment, gestured at himself. Me. Stealth. Sabotage. Next, Damien. Brushing aside his reaction, I swiveled to the next member. The most crucial and yet the most anxious one of our team. The cleric Damien. You will be the sniper of our party. You'll focus on striking the enemy's most critical targets. Damien, barely holding back tears, looked stupefied at my proclamation, his eyes wide as saucers. Lastly, Lucas. You'll take charge of the remaining soldiers and secure the front lines. Lucas' mouth was agape, stunned by the absurd role allocations. Well, the reactions were precisely as anticipated. Amidst the silence, Lily carefully aired her thoughts. So, if I comprehend Your Highness' instructions, I, a fire mage, will be tanking on the front lines. Precisely. Ken, the shield-bearing knight towering over 2 meters, will infiltrate the enemy base and perform sabotage. Exactly. And Damien, who has never held a bow in his life, he'll be sniping. Yes, you've got it, Lily. May I voice a query, Your Highness, with all due respect? Lily gazed up at me, concern etched on her face. Have you, perchance, taken a blow to your head during today's battle? It was clear they were all thinking along the same lines. My orders definitely sounded like gibberish. A mage turned tank, a shield knight turned infiltrator, and a cleric turned sniper. But this was a scenario that defied conventional solutions. So, wasn't the only way to tackle it was with mad audacity? Your skepticism is warranted. Merely hearing these instructions would make it seem like yet another lunatic act of a mad prince. Everyone winced in unison, affirming they indeed harbored the same thoughts. But you all possess the capabilities to execute the roles I've assigned, don't you? I gave a sly grin and scanned each member's face. Am I mistaken? At my words, Lily, Ken, and Damien shared befuddled looks. Earlier, before convening the party members, in my quarters, I was perusing the stat window of my team members. First up, my bodyguard and the hero of this game, Lucas. Lucas, SSR. Level, 25. Title, Prince's Bodyguard/Hero. Profession, Intermediate Knight. Strength 25, Agility 25, Intelligence 10, Stamina 25, Magic Power 10. Oh my, what splendid stats. All his knightly requirements maxed out at 25, the level cap. Even his intelligence and magic power weren't too shabby. He's not the hero and an SSR rank for nothing. Let's delve into his abilities now. Held abilities. Passive, Man of Steel. Ability 1, Soul Strike. Ability 2, Unveils Post-Secondary Profession. Ultimate, Unveils Post-Tertiary Profession. The passive ability, Man of Steel, enhances base defense, and once per stage nullifies lethal damage. Considering the precarious mortality rate in this game, this passive could be deemed top tier. It seemed like a lifeline tossed in, perhaps owing to his protagonist status. The initial ability, Soul Strike, was an extravagantly overpowered skill, apt for a main character. Each enemy slain permanently augmented its effect. In essence, each kill boosted the damage inflicted. As the game evolved into its third year, the potency of this singular ability escalated to rival the ultimate abilities of other heroes. What an undeniable cheat! It's regrettable that the second ability and ultimate remain concealed. Even at the tutorial level, his might was considerable. He truly was the protagonist. Having analyzed Lucas, next up is, how about me? I toggled the display.
ACX.
Level 1. Title, Mad Third Prince. Profession, Novice. Strength 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 1, Stamina 1, Magic Power 1. What is this scrap? The ludicrousness momentarily petrified me. But upon rubbing my eyes and inspecting again, I realized I hadn't misread. What? Primarily, why is my level 1? Wasn't the minimum level in this game 5? And weren't the base stats also minimum 5? Why is everything adjusted to 1? Also, what's with this EX rating? It was a ranking I hadn't encountered before. Wasn't the default rating N? The character ratings in this game were sorted as SSR SRRN. I was baffled, having never come across the EX rank, even after mastering the game's intricacies. In this game, Ash or me has morphed into a different entity. It was baffling. But even so, any change could harbor potential. Who knows? This unexpected slot machine might tilt the scales in this dire situation. I eagerly browsed my abilities. Let's examine. Held abilities. None. No, maintain composure. Inhale deeply. It's merely because I'm level 1 now. As the level advances and I transition professions, I'll accrue abilities and my stats will surge. I clung onto optimism, fueling my hopes. Closing the Ability tab, I opened the Traits tab. Traits, distinct from abilities, are the idiosyncrasies or habits that a character acquires during their development process, which can influence their stats. While there are no bounds to acquiring traits, only up to 3 can be activated at once. Upon opening the Traits tab, 1 trait surfaced. Active traits, 1/3. Map making. Ah, there it is. Luckily, the trait that Ash possessed during the game had remained. Map making. It wasn't the literal ability to draft a map, but rather, map-making LV.1 allows you to comprehend the full scope of the battlefield in the form of a dotted minimap. can be activated once per day for 5 minutes. That was the essence of the trait. It appeared to be a capability that a player ought to have, but why was it possessed by a character? I wondered, was this ability granted in anticipation of a player like myself taking over the character? Well, it wasn't the moment to dwell on that. Firstly, I needed to tackle the imminent crisis before I could indulge in such musings. Having verified the existence of the map-making trait, I hastily shut my stats window. I didn't want to confront those dismal numbers anymore. Now, it was time to scrutinize the remaining trio stat windows. They're all fairly standard. Lily, Ken, and Damien were as run-of-the-mill as you'd anticipate from characters of their rank. There was nothing else to investigate. At most, Lily was an R-ranked mage with satisfactory stats. Ken, an N-ranked knight, and Damien, an N-ranked priest, had stats typical of their N-rank. If these visible stats were all that existed, I would have relinquished strategizing a while ago. It would have been unfeasible. However, Lily, Ken, and Damien had something exceptional about them. It was the joke that the developers had embedded in the tutorial characters, something that couldn't be utilized in the game. Chapter 5. Stage 0. There's a hole I can spring up through. 2. First on the list, the magician Lily. I quickly skimmed over the mediocre stat window and launched Lilith's trait tab. Lily R. Equipped trait, 1/3. Flame skin. There it was. Just as anticipated, straight from the game. Flame skin. Flame skin. A trait evolved from an extreme fear of being touched. Transforms your body into flames to evade physical attacks. Depletes MP with each dodge. It was a commendable defensive trait. A fine trait, but the hitch was that Lily was the primary damage dealer of this party. And she was a fire mage with a significantly high mana consumption. The moment Lily begins taking physical blows, it signals the party teetering on the brink of annihilation. And in such a predicament, instead of triggering this trait, one should attempt to wring out the remaining mana to conjure an offensive spell. That would be the tactic in a typical game. But the current scenario was extraordinarily unique. I was scheming to actively exploit this trait. Next, the shield-bearing knight, Ken. I opened the trait tab in Ken's stat window. Ken, N. Equipped trait, 1/3. Urchin's survival method. There it was. The Urchin's survival method. Urchin's survival method. A habit nurtured during your urchin days. When danger is sensed, you drastically diminish your presence, escaping the attention of those around you. Drains a considerable amount of HP with each use. Again, an impressive trait. If only Ken wasn't a shield knight. Ken was a shield knight who goaded enemies from the front line, grabbing their attention and bearing the hits with his physique. But a stealth trait? And it drains a significant amount of HP. It would make sense for a rogue class or another melee damage dealer, but for Ken, a shield knight, it was a clashing combination. But I needed to exploit it. Since orthodox methods are futile right now, I have to harness every variable within my reach. And finally, Damien. Swallowing my parched saliva, I opened Damien's stat window. Please let it be there, please. The traits of the other characters were merely supplementary, just extra gimmicks we could utilize. But Damien's trait was, throughout this entire game, the most disruptive factor. And Damien, an equipped trait, 1/3. Farsight. There it was. This insane game-wrecking trait was present here in this reality, just as it was in the game. Farsight. A trait acquired due to the god's blunder at birth. See what you want to see, hit what you want to hit. It was truly absurd. The description might be vague, but in the game, it was an outright insane trait that added +50 to individual field of view and +999 to accuracy. In the game mechanics, if the accuracy score exceeds 100, no matter what you shoot, it unquestionably hits. But 999? It simply means you hit, end of story. You could launch an arrow from one edge of the stage map to the other, and it would pinpoint a needle's eye. But the problem was, the one who possessed this trait was Damien, a healing priest. In the game, the system placed restrictions on gear based on character classes. Damien, being a priest healer, was only allowed to wield a staff. His skills were characteristic of an N-grade healer, nothing more than plain healing magic. Healing skills always hit their mark, they never missed. But what used was it to have an accuracy as high as 999. In the game, there was no means to take advantage of this. It was akin to a picture of a feast, a completely worthless trait. Merely a sadistic prank by the game developers. But this is reality. Could be employed. And incredibly effectively at that. Games are meant to be conquered. The thoughts in my head started falling into place, beginning to forge the only pathway to victory. They've thrust me into a level that's unbeatable? A smirk formed on my face. Unintentionally, the corners of my mouth began to rise. Every time I discovered a strategy to breach a seemingly impervious level, I would wear this grin that made my viewers beg me to turn off the camera during broadcasts. Then I guess I have no other option but to cheat. Just hold on, you bastard who threw me into this. He'll absolutely clear this goddamn game. And grab you by the collar. And assuredly give you a punch you won't forget. Back to the present moment. I cast a glance at Lily, Ken, and Damien. Lily, you were stung by a fly in your childhood, right? Lilith's eyes bulged in astonishment. How did you know? It was a scar left by a horde of goblins that stormed the village. After that incident, you developed a phobia of flies and couldn't even handle a kitchen knife at home, correct? But you gained something as well. I fetched a dagger from my belongings and thrust it into Lilith's hand. Eek! Everyone was too taken aback to react swiftly, and Lily was petrified in surprise. Thunk! The dagger passed through Lilith's hand and lodged into the table. Lilith's hand, pierced by the dagger, flickered with flames. After that occurrence, you gained this trait, Flame Skin. As long as you possess enough magic, you can evade all physical attacks. Am I mistaken? Lily, who was shivering, slowly nodded her head. I yanked out the dagger and stowed it back in my belongings. I apologize for demonstrating it so abruptly. No, it's okay, Your Highness. But how did you know? That's not the primary concern at the moment. I shifted the conversation and turned my gaze towards Ken. Ken. Yes. Ken, assuming that I would also hurl a dagger at him, recoiled in anticipation of an attack. I chuckled and signaled him. You were a thief in your younger years, correct? Oh, you originated from a slum, with quite a few family members to provide for. It must have been grueling to keep everyone fed through petty theft. Ken remained stiff and didn't respond, but his silence was confirmation enough. I nodded my head. You eked out a living through thievery until adulthood, and then immediately enrolled in the military as a volunteer. From there, you diligently worked your way up to the position of a knight. You've had a hard journey. How did you? The crux of the matter isn't how I unearthed your past. So, tell me, what are you capable of? I held the gaze of Ken, whose eyes were quaking. You have the ability to vanish from sight at will, right? Fade from the perception of others and become invisible. Respond. Or do I need to offer yet another demonstration? No, that's not. Yes, I can do it. Good. Then you will follow my instructions. I averted my gaze from the stunned Ken, shifting my focus to Damien, who had taken refuge in a corner. Damien. You have exceptional vision, don't you? Excessively so. Damien glanced at me, a scowl etched on his face. I crouched down to meet him at eye level. So the memory of your friend's demise is etched vividly in your mind? It's as clear as if it's playing out right before you, impossible to forget. Isn't it? That's why you're constantly in tears. Damien remained silent, offering no response. I waited patiently. He was a friend from my hometown, from the same orphanage. It was after a few minutes that Damien found his voice. His tone was gruff. That orphanage was a dreadful place. When we turned 15, Ban and I fled. Ban must have been his deceased friend's name. I listened in silence. Ban was gifted with swordsmanship, and I was fortunate enough to have a talent for healing. We scraped a living as mercenaries. I was a third-tier mercenary, terrified of monsters and easily spooked at the sight of blood. Ban, already a top-tier mercenary, guided me. We toiled together, vowing to support our younger siblings back at the orphanage. Damien hid his face behind his hands. But he died, just like that. A black spider targeted me when I was drained, and Ban shielded me, taking the brunt of its attack. He was ripped apart right in front of me, all in an effort to save someone like me. The rest of the party observed the weeping Damien with uncomfortable expressions. He wasn't meant to die here. Ban had dreams and the skills to make them a reality. But here, in this place. Why did you summon us here, Your Highness? Why? Is there a grand purpose to all this? Or are our lives, so easily expendable, merely a source of entertainment for you? Tears flowed from Damien's parched eyes. Please resurrect Ban. My friend. I want my friend back. I quietly absorbed Damien's words, then gave a slight nod. Detest me, Damien. Harbor resentment against me if you must. I laid my hand on Damien's shaking shoulder. But remember, your friend Ban sacrificed his life to protect you. And yet, are you just going to sit here and await your end? The trembling that had gripped Damien's frame began to fade. I pushed more energy into my words. So, are you going to throw away the life your friend died protecting, simply because death is looming due to some worthless commander? You must fight. My hand squeezed Damien's shoulder a bit more. Seek vengeance. Destroy the spiders. Survive this mess. Make sure I get a taste of hell, too. I wore a wicked smile. Damien, do you wish to wipe out those spider creatures? Behind the smudged lenses, his large eyes still echoed fear, but they were steadier now. Yes. Do you wish to kill me as well? At my inquiry, the other party members recoiled in surprise. Damien's inner battle was short-lived, and his response was honest. Yes. Excellent. I let go of Damien's shoulder and gestured towards myself with my thumb. Promise me this. If we survive this ordeal, no matter when that may be, your hands will be the ones to end my life. Your Highness. Lucas, caught off guard, tried to interject, but a swift hand gesture from me silenced him. If the operation falls apart, we're all destined to die anyway. But even then, it will be by your hand that I meet my end. This I promise, on the honor of the royal family. So, even if it's only for tomorrow, follow my orders. As Damien gazed up at me, the turmoil in his eyes began to ebb. I grinned, pleased with the outcome. Even animosity could be harnessed as fuel when needed. Even if that animosity was directed at me, and I'd welcome it. Damien made an effort to stand, eventually finding his footing. I surveyed the 4 party members before me, a broad smile gracing my face. Finally, my plan was in place. All right, everyone. Whether my strategy turned out to be a total failure or the ultimate winning move was yet to be seen. All that remained was to make the final push. From this point forward, I'll be issuing the commands. Chapter 6. Stage 0, the decisive battle. The first light of day started to stretch across the horizon. The fortress, once bathed in the cool tranquility of night, began to glow with the onset of the morning sun. I stood atop its battlements. In the distance, I could see the horde of spiders that had encircled our forward base. The spiders, having remained as still as stones throughout the darkness, started to rouse with the daybreak. The sight of countless creatures stretching their long limbs in unison was a terrifying spectacle. Separated by the monitor, through the game screen, I was far removed from the terrifying dread that lay within. With a hard swallow, I forced down a dry lump. Could we really vanquish them, these monstrosities, with our depleted troops and low-level characters? Your Highness, a voice summoned me from behind. I turned to find Lucas, the blonde knight who served as my escort. I acknowledged him with a slight nod. Lucas, it's chilly out here. We should retreat inside. No, I need to understand their formation. This is how well determine our own positioning. This wasn't merely grandstanding. I was genuinely assessing their configuration. More specifically, I was trying to pinpoint the queen among them, desperate to identify her. Lucas, observing me from a distance, lightly shook his head. Your Highness is truly an enigma. Ha! Just days prior, you appeared exceedingly vulnerable. Worry marked Lucas' well-groomed visage. It was as if you were seeking your own destruction. Did I? Yes. Since I began serving you, you seemed unsettled, as if yearning to self-destruct somehow. Soon, a smile tugged at Lucas' lips. But now you're different. Feeling awkward, I averted my gaze with an uneasy chuckle. Ha! I'm a madman afflicted with madness. Rapid mood shifts shouldn't be surprising, right? I'm unsure whether your transformation is a response to the threat to your life or some other factor. Lucas murmured in a contemplative tone. I prefer you this way, Your Highness. Please continue to be like this, Your Highness. Laughing heartily, I clapped Lucas' shoulder. Let's give today our best for the sake of that future, Lucas. Yes, Your Highness, Lucas replied with enthusiasm. Having sufficiently analyzed the enemy's formations, I retreated to the base with Lucas. Lucas, strolling side by side in silence, I disrupted the quiet. If this operation fails, don't concern yourself with saving me. Escape alone. Beg your pardon? You have the skills to survive. Because you're the protagonist. Even if I falter, you have to safeguard this world. With that in mind, I spoke earnestly. Your Highness. However, a knight never abandons his lord. Lucas replied with a smile. I responded with a light chuckle. Even if that lord is an incompetent madman? You've never been incompetent or mad, Your Highness. I've always held that belief. I shall now depart to rally our forces. They'll see you shortly. With a bow, Lucas sped off towards the barracks. Thank you, Lucas. To my protagonist, who'd assisted me through the Hell's Iron Man difficulty, and who was still with me here, I whispered my thanks. The strategy was simple. No, it was so basic it was almost embarrassing to call it a strategy. The Black Spider Legion, there's no need for me to explain, but at this stage we can't defeat them with regular tactics. I gathered my party members and outlined our final plan. So we'll have to resort to dirty and underhanded methods. With a cunning smile, I pointed towards the exterior of the fortress. Do you know the biggest weakness of those spider bastards? The party members appeared clueless. I continued to explain. These bastards act as a swarm. The individual creatures lack the ability to think. So who gives the orders? Lucas offered the answer. The Queen, right? Correct. In this monster swarm, there's an entity that gives orders, the Queen. But the Queen... I knew what Lucas was trying to express. I nodded. She stays out of reach, far away, just issuing commands to her offspring. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible to hurt her. Finding her is difficult, and even if we locate her, attacking her is also tough. Snap! I clicked my fingers. But I have the ability to pinpoint the location of the Queen. The skill map-making. A skill that lets me detect the enemy's positions through a dot-style minimap. And Damien, I turned to Damien, has the capability to snipe that beast. The skill Farsight. A skill that ensures a hit once a shot is taken. I observe and Damien shoots. With this, I plan to snipe the Queen and end this. But, Your Highness, Lucas was sweating profusely. While the Black Spider Queen isn't a combat entity, she's still not so weak that she can be killed with ordinary arrows. Even if he can snipe her. Mana Kennen. I pointed above our heads. We use the artifact installed at the highest turret of this forward base, the Mana Cannon. When we first scoured the forward base for usable items, the first thing we discovered was this Mana Cannon. A mighty SR-grade artifact. It was certain to inflict significant damage on the Queen. The Mana Cannon is indeed a potent artifact, but its range isn't very far. I've already factored that part in. It'll cause the mana core of the cannon to overload and increase its range. The idea was straightforward, but causing the magic core of the artifact to go haywire was essentially saying you were going to destroy the artifact. If a mana engine failed, the artifact was generally beyond repair. But did the cost of the artifact matter when we were on the brink of extinction? I was fully prepared to demolish it. So race the plan. I locate the queen, Damien takes her down. Meanwhile, the rest of you, I glanced at Lucas, Ken, and Lily in succession. Keep those bastards at bay. All three swallowed hard. I signaled Lucas. Lucas, you're in charge of the troops. Hold them off as long as possible while keeping the front line intact. Understood. Especially the central tower where the mana cannon is positioned. It must be protected at all costs.
No exceptions.
I'll lay down my life for it, Lucas asserted with a determined expression. I shifted my attention to Ken, standing beside him. Ken. Yes, sir. Take this. I've gathered all the stamina potions left in the fortress. I handed a belt filled with red potions to Ken. He took it with a trembling hand. Go beyond the fortress walls, draw their attention, and then hide. Keep them off balance. The black spiders are simple-minded. They attack the closest human. I kept talking to Ken, who was turning pale. But their senses aren't very sharp. If you hide, they won't be able to locate you. Draw their attention, lure them, then hide. Repeat this process, pull as many of them away as you can, and redirect the base attack towards yourself. Can you manage it? Ken, gritting his teeth, nodded firmly. I'll give it a shot, sir. Thanks. Best of luck. I patted Ken's shoulder and then turned to the next party member. Lily. Yes, Your Highness. I'm afraid I must give you a challenging role as well. I passed her a belt filled with blue mana potions. Lily, biting her lip tightly, accepted them. There's only one entrance to the central tower where the mana cannon is located in this forward base. If the front line falls and the spiders make it all the way to the tower, you block the entrance and hold off their attack using your flame skin. Flame skin could negate physical attacks at the cost of mana. With this many mana potions, she could hold on for a good while. Despite the difficult task of using her body as a blockade, Lily didn't flinch as expected. Blood seeped from her tightly bitten lip. The passage at the entrance is narrow, and the spiders can't enter more than one or two at a time. All you need to do is to endure. That's all. I was asking Lily, who had obtained the flame skin ability out of fear of being bitten, to face the bites with her entire body. And Lily was resilient. She slowly nodded in acknowledgement. I'll give it my best, Your Highness. Excellent. I shifted my attention to the final member of our party. Damien. You're with me. Damien nodded in silence. His face was etched with fear, but he didn't flee nor did he shy away from my gaze. And with that, the mission directives were over. I would have liked to issue a few more orders, but boom, boom, boom. The resonating drums from outside signaled the advance of our adversaries. The Black Spider Legion is on the move. The monsters are converging dash. The frantic yell of a scout reverberated. A shiver of tension coursed up my spine. This was the start. The tutorial stage that would dictate the fate of us all. At the central artillery, the technician of the mana cannon looked at me, his face slick with cold sweat. Are you absolutely sure, Your Highness? Don't worry. Just follow instructions. Yes, sir. Gritting his teeth, the technician yanked the control sphere encircling the mana core of the cannon. Fizz! Mana spewed forth from the core, sparking like electricity along the cannon's barrel. Under normal circumstances, I would have been captivated by the spectacle of Mana's movement, but there was no time for such indulgence now. Grinding my teeth, I cast my gaze over the other side of the wall. Thud, 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 thud. They were converging. From all directions, the Black Spider Legion, unleashing their terrifying claws like scythes, ready to exterminate every last human. Hold the line. Lucas, positioned at the front line wall, bellowed. "We need to buy as much time as possible for His Highness the Prince to defeat the Spider Queen." "Yes," the soldiers' unified response echoed. Their ability to maintain their resilience and readiness for combat, even on the brink of potential collapse, was all because of Lucas. Lucas, expertly managing the deployment of the soldiers, looked back at me and gave a nod. I nodded in return. There was Ken, ready to venture beyond the wall, Lily standing firmly on the first floor of the corridor leading to the artillery, and Damien right beside me. After one last check on each of them, I cautiously activated my ability. Map creation. Accompanied by a sensation of the entire area being scanned, a minimap dotted with markers popped up in the upper right of my vision. It was a power I could only use once a day, and this was my first actual usage of it. With dry lips, I quickly surveyed the map. Where is it? Where is the Queen? But, what? I soon noticed an anomaly. The boss monster marker, it wasn't showing. The linchpin of our operation, the enemy Queen, isn't there? On the map, she was nowhere to be seen.
Hud.
The black spider horde had already swarmed up to the wall. Chapter 7. Compose yourself. A fleeting wave of panic passed over me, but I immediately cooled my mind. She must be there. The Queen was undeniably listed in the stage's enemy roster. She had to be somewhere on the map. Moreover, the goal of this stage isn't to slay a boss. It's not surprising that the boss monster marker doesn't show. I remembered the spiderweb-like formation ID observed earlier, and quickly assessed the enclosing horde of creatures now in view. Despite the raging all-out assault, there would undoubtedly be a reserved force lurking in the rear. Secure backline. Escort units prepared for any eventuality. The Queen had to be there. Bang! Crash! Already at the fortress front line, the battle between the spiders and the soldiers had erupted, and the roar of conflict reverberated throughout. The explosive sound of cannon fire, the clash of metal, the cries of pain. Where is it? Amid the chaos, I frantically surveyed the extensive map. Where is it? Where? Then my gaze landed on a point, southwest of the advanced base fortress. Distinct red dots, isolated from the main cluster, were distinctly marked on the map. Found it! I immediately cried out. Damien! Yes, it's there. Do you see it? I pointed towards the southwest. Damien squinted, furrowing his brows, and scrutinized the area I indicated. I was about to pass Damien a telescope from a rear guard, but, yes, I see something. Spiders standing still. Damien confirmed this without a telescope, using just his natural vision. He could actually see them. All I discerned were vague dots. How sharp was his eyesight? Among them should be the Queen. Can you identify it? Damien, who was scanning the area, visibly flinched. By Queen, you mean a creature with a human torso and a spider's lower body? Bingo. Exactly. Yes, I see it. It looks quite terrifying. Don't be frightened. It'll soon be crushed under our cannon. Next, I instructed the artillerymen. Rotate the cannon. Aim it south-southwest. Damien and I will fine-tune the alignment. Virum. The artillerymen swung the ground device, adjusting the entire cannon's orientation. The cannon, pulsating with mana like a violent stream, pointed its head towards the distant Queen. Mana cannon, ready to fire. Mana is fully charged. We can fire at any moment. Excellent. I took Damien's arm and guided him to the mana cannon's control panel. Despite being a potent artifact, its sighting device was disappointingly rudimentary. A crude crosshair served for rough aiming, and you would pull a hefty trigger to release a shot. Hold this. I urged Damien, who stood anxiously before the trigger. Damien, slick with cold sweat, raised his trembling hand to the trigger. But he couldn't pull it. Your Highness. What? I'm not sure I can do it. Damien turned back towards me, his face twisted in anxiety. I've never been in a situation like this before. It feels too sudden to trust me with this task. Damien. I laid a comforting hand on Damien's shoulder. It's okay if you miss. What? I'll shoulder the responsibility. Even if you err, even if you fail, even if you make a mess of it all, it's fine. I'll take the brunt of it. Soldiers follow the orders of their leaders. Dealing with the aftermath, that's a commander's job. All you need to do is aim at that creature and pull the trigger. That's all that is asked of you. I tried to offer him a reassuring smile. You're seeking retribution for your friend. Retribution for my friend. Hearing those words, a transformation overcame Damien's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Damien firmly seized the trigger, his aim fixed far into the southwest through the cannon's sight. With Damien's precise adjustment, the gun barrel shifted its tilt and direction. It took mere seconds to fine-tune the alignment. Clank! Then, with all his might, Damien squeezed the trigger. Clang! Clang! Gears ground together, setting off a series of mystical mechanisms in a chain reaction. Zap! Focus mana sparked a potent current beyond the gun barrel, and then, boom! With extraordinary force, it was discharged. The unleashed power of the mana cannon, in a state of overdrive, was beyond what even the artillerymen could fully anticipate. Caught off guard by the detonation and shockwave, the artillerymen were knocked off their feet, and I found myself covering my ears and tumbling to the ground. But my eyes stayed wide open, tracking the path of the discharged magical projectile. Hit! The glowing mana bullet blazed through the sky. Hit! Across the southern horizon, right into the heart of the distantly swarming black dots. Hit! I yelled, almost without thinking. Boom! And then the strike. The plummeting mana bullet triggered a colossal explosion from a distance. The billowing cloud of dust was clearly visible even from our position. I scrambled to my feet. Did we hit? The reply came not from Damien, but from a scout who'd been watching the impact site through a telescope from afar. Direct hit. Direct hit. The shot landed square in the midst of those creatures. A unified cheer erupted from the soldiers on the cannon deck. Much like the other soldiers, Damien, who'd been knocked to the ground, appeared dazed. The artillerymen swarmed around Damien, delivering hearty pats on his back. You're incredible, lad. Was this really your first time? Well, How did you manage to aim at something so distant? It's barely visible even with the telescope. I don't know how I did it. Damien gazed at his own hands in astonishment. I just did as the prince advised. The moment I held the trigger, I seemed to know what to do, and my body reacted on its own. Was this the result of in-game skill adjustments, or was it Damien's natural aptitude? There was no moment to ponder. The scout who had been scrutinizing the impact site through his telescope turned towards me, his face ghostly pale. Your Highness. His voice was shaky. A wave of dread washed over me. What's the matter? They're on the move. What's moving? The spider swarm. They've begun to mobilize. I dashed to the telescope, took the scout's place, and peered through the lens. Within seconds, the spiders, a considerable distance away, started moving in unison, forming what appeared to be a defensive formation? Damn! I clenched my teeth. The Black Spider Legion was supposed to halt once their queen was killed, as it was akin to having their brains annihilated. Yet, the spiders remained flawlessly active. Not only the ones struck by the cannon, but the spiders assailing our forward base showed no signs of retreat. This could only mean... Just then, Hytherii, a menacing cry echoed across the battlefield. There was no need to speculate who that cry belonged to. Kai-a-ia. A terrifying shriek from the Spider Queen filled the battlefield. Despite the distance, the immense pressure from the scream made it difficult to breathe for a moment. Confused, the soldiers clutched their heads and yelled, "What's happening? What's going on? Didn't we hit the Spider Queen? Why is she still functioning?" The mana cannonball had struck accurately. The issue was the damage was not enough. Everyone, pull yourselves together. Stay composed. Keep firing at that beast. As I yelled, the trembling soldiers turned to look at me in unison. I shouted even louder. Load the next round. Now. Why yes, sir. The artillerymen, shaking, clung to the mana cannon. They cooled the overheated cannon and readied the next round. Just then, Kai-a-ia, the Spider Queen let out another horrific shriek, and the movement of the entire Black Spider Legion shifted. Hi-3i. Kaik, the spiders attacking the forward base abruptly pivoted their attention to our artillery position. The monster's blood-red compound eyes flickered menacingly. I shuddered, drenched in cold sweat. You're quite the quick tactician, Queen. Thud, 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 thud. The spiders, who had been evenly assaulting the entire forward base, abruptly reversed direction and started charging towards us. The scout yelled, "They're storming the artillery position. Let the soldiers below handle the defenses. You guys just load the next round. Quick," I urged the artillerymen. "We need to take out the Queen before they reach the artillery position. Reload dash." The artillerymen hurriedly cooled the mana cannon with magic and loaded the ammunition. In no time, the perspiration-soaked artillery captain shouted, "Reload complete. Damien, fire." Damien, who had been narrowing his gaze to pinpoint the Black Spider Queen's location, pulled the trigger as my words rang out. Clang. Zing zap zap. Boom. Mana burst forth like a stream of electricity, and then a mana shell was fired. I swallowed hard, tracking the shell's trajectory with a telescope. The projectile that sliced through the sky with a graceful arc fell directly over the Spider Queen. Boom! Hit. The shell landed so accurately atop the monstrous queen's head that it sent a shiver down my spine. Hit! It's a hit! Right on target. An excited soldier in the rear jumped up and down. But I felt no excitement. Keek! Because the horde of spiders charging towards us didn't alter their movement one bit. Not enough. Even from a distance, where only a silhouette was visible, it was clear the Queen remained alive. I clenched my teeth. If this were a typical Queen from the Black Spider Legion, encountered midway through the second year, the artifact's damage could shatter her in 1 or 2 shots. The Black Spider Legion was known for their strong warriors, not a formidable Queen. But this Queen at the tutorial stage? There was absolutely no information on her. What if her entity value was different? What if she had a special trick up her sleeve? Or what if she was indestructible by default? But then, a succession of grim thoughts began to take shape. I hastily shook my head. I can only do what's within my power. I must hold on until the last moment, push to make a breakthrough. Your Highness! The artillery captain, who had been prepping the mana cannon for the next shot, hastily reported to me. The magic core is reaching its limit due to forced overload. The barrel damage is also serious. We can shoot fewer times than initially estimated. Enough with the reports. So how many more shots can we make? A total of 5 times. We've already fired 2, so 3 more times. 3 more chances. I was left with no other choice but to hope that the Spider Queen would be annihilated within those 3 shots. No, from the beginning, I surveyed the defensive line enclosing the artillery. I'm not even sure if we can get off the remaining 3 shots. Thump! Thud thud! The front line was giving way. The spiders, clustering together, furiously gnashed their teeth and claws, eventually crumbling the walls and starting to infiltrate. Hold them off! We must hold them off. Lucas, now covered in monster blood, wielded his sword, shouting. But the defensive line was already on the brink of collapse. Arg! Qua! One by one, the soldiers fell, their screams echoing as they met their end. The black spiders, their red eyes glowing ominously, began to pour through the broken wall. I clenched my fist, staring down at the encroaching tide of death that had come so perilously close. Chapter 8. Kai-a-ia. Monsters flooded relentlessly around the cannon, now preparing for its 3rd mana shot. Lucas' defensive line was holding up for the moment, but it was clear it wouldn't last much longer. Loading complete. Damien, the artillery commander, confirmed the load was ready. Without missing a beat, I called out to Damien. Fire! Damien's eyes were streaked with red veins, possibly a side effect of using the Farsight ability. But we had no time to consider that now. Clink! Already locked on his target, Damien pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Clink! Clink! Whoosh! The third shot. The fired mana bullet traveled a massive distance. Boom! And landed right where the Spider Queen lurked. This was nothing short of extraordinary marksmanship. Whether it was an error by the gods or a trick by the game developers, the truth remained. Damien's aim was a miracle in reality. The problem was Kaya. Despite everything, the Spider Queen remained upright. The Queen was no fool. Having been hit twice, she understood that she was the target and had swiftly developed a countermeasure. Her strategy was simple yet effective. Use her underlings as living shields. The mana bullets, falling in parabolic arcs, were intercepted by the Spider Guards. While the mana bullet penetrated all barriers, by the time it reached the Queen, its potency had significantly decreased. Black Spider Queen hit confirmed. But she's still standing. The scout with the telescope reported, his voice trembling. I forced myself to shout in response, maintaining an illusion of calm. What are you all doing standing around? Do you think we have time to waste? Load the next bullet. Now! The artillerymen, drenched in sweat, hastened to cool down the cannon and load the next bullet. Yet, their faces were heavy with despair. Uriap, at the heart of the forward base around the cannon. Lucas stood there, brandishing his sword with all his might, holding the last semblance of a defensive line. We must protect the cannon. We must protect His Highness the Crown Prince. Lucas fought admirably, living up to his reputation as the most formidable knight present. Despite his level being half that of the Black Spider entities, he fought tooth and nail, skillfully wielding his sword and shedding monstrous claws. The front line, where Lucas held his ground, didn't falter. But the rest of the soldiers, cough, save me, take me home. Casualties began to pile up. In the Ally information window, the number of comrades was plummeting at a terrifying speed. I couldn't bear to watch any longer and closed it. I hadn't realized. When it was just a game, I hadn't understood. That this was a place where real lives existed. That death wasn't just a simple figure, but arrived with dreadful screams and odors like this. The front line dwindled in an instant. At this rate, the defensive line seemed likely to collapse entirely before we could even fire the fourth shot, let alone the fifth. Hey, you monster bastards! At that moment, a voice bellowed from outside our defensive perimeter. My eyes quickly darted to its source. There, amidst the throng of beasts, stood Ken, defiantly yelling. Here, look at me. Up until now, Ken had successfully diverted a fraction of the spiders by drawing their attention and hiding beyond the wall. However, when the Spider Queen issued a new command and all spiders swarmed our fortress, Ken was left marooned outside. He could have fled. After all, he had a large family depending on him. Spider bastards! I am Sir Ken of the Empire. But Ken stayed, steadfast in his duty to the very end. Quivering in the face of the spiders, he roared to capture the enemy's attention. Was it my threats that kept him there? Or was it something else? Screech! As dozens of spiders veered from their attack on our line to regard Ken, a gut-wrenching feeling washed over me. I understood then that I wouldn't be able to ask him why he had chosen to return. Dozens of black spiders halted their onslaught and darted towards Ken. Ken made an attempt to activate his stealth skill, seeking to lure them away and hide behind a toppled stone wall. His stamina depleted, Ken failed to activate Urchin's survival method. In an instant, he was swarmed by dozens of spiders. From atop the fortress, Ken glanced my way, offering a weak, sorrowful smile. Damn! I knew it would end like this. Thud! 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 The horrific sound of flesh being torn echoed clearly across the distance. I forced myself to watch, bearing witness to his demise in its entirety. Ken wasn't the only one. Everywhere, humans were being slaughtered by these monsters. As I bit my lip until it bled, I was hit with the realization of what I'd done in this game. How readily I'd sacrificed allies when it suited my purpose. This game was built that way. Someone had to die to progress. To rescue someone, to secure that item, to complete that side mission, to achieve that goal. Someone had to die, and I willingly played the executioner. All in the name of efficiently completing the game, I guiltlessly sent countless allies to their doom. Never once did I question this. Stop! But now I finally understood. Stop! The significance of what I had been doing. Stop, you monster bastards! The sheer pain each death entailed. Watching people drop and bleed out before me, I screamed without thought. Stop! But they didn't stop. A scream wouldn't deter the monsters. There was always only one method to halt a monster. Kill it. Before it kills us. Your Majesty! The artillery captain's voice pulled me from my thoughts, and I spun towards him. The fourth round, loaded. However, the barrel can't handle the repeated overheating and cooling. Damien! Ignoring the artillery captain's words, I called out to Damien. Fire! Blood, like teardrops, streamed from Damien's bulging eyes. His complexion was ghostly pale. It seemed his body was failing under the strain of using farsight. Yet, Damien bit down on his teeth and pulled the trigger. Bang! Clink! Clink! Whoosh! The fourth round. The blue mana bullet streaked a mesmerizing path through the sky, once again homing in on the Queen's horde. This time, dozens of guardian spiders raced to intercept the bullet with their bodies. However, the mana bullet traced an uncanny perfect trajectory in the air, bypassing most of them. Boom! Strike. It landed squarely atop the Queen's head. This was the power of farsight. The cheat skill that overloaded hit points to their absolute limit successfully struck the Queen, defying the rules of reality. Squeal, screech, but, screech! Amidst the blazing explosion and smoke, the damned Spider Queen remained terrifyingly alive and active. The artillerymen crumbled to the ground at the Queen's horrifying roar. Damien, who had been aiming, couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Despair etched itself across every face. Our attacks aren't working, the artillery captain murmured in a drained voice. His hand blistered from cooling the heated barrel. The barrel's reached its limit. If we try to shoot again, the mana cannon itself will explode. We might as well give up now. The other soldiers glanced up at me with exhausted faces, their silent agreement evident. I took a deep breath and surveyed the scene. Our defensive line was teetering on total annihilation. Spiders swarmed beneath our artillery. Lucas, rallying the last handful of soldiers, held the final line of defense. His body was more stained with his own blood than the spiders. I looked towards Damien. He was groaning, eyes screwed shut, blood streaming down his face. The cannon teetered on the brink of destruction. Our defenses had crumbled, and our marksman could no longer even open his eyes. Despite all our sacrifices to land a hit on the monster queen, she remained alive. Was this the end? Was there truly no hope left?
No.
Just then, there's definitely damage. The queen's outer shell has been peeled off. Someone yelled. Every head turned in surprise towards the source. A soldier, true to his duty till the end, even in this dire situation. He was a scout. He pulled his face away from the telescope and hollered, "If we fire once more, we can kill her dash." But before he could finish, rumble, the entire cannon platform started to violently shake. Boom! The ground beneath us gave way. The relentless advance of the Black Spider Legion siege troops, their massive bodies encased in heavy armor, collided with our battlements, splintering them to bits. One calculated charge, and our defenses were obliterated. Those of us who were atop the walls plummeted helplessly, amidst the rain of bodies and the remnants of shattered cannons. I shut my eyes as I descended towards the ground. Everything crumbled. The world around us, the prospect of conquering the game. All of it. Your Majesty. A distinct voice penetrated the chaos. Engulfed in pain, as though my body was ripping apart, I strained to open my eyes. Before me was Lucas. Lucas lay over me, as if to shield my fallen form with his own. And burdened on his back were the remains of a demolished building. Head used his body to guard me from the falling rubble. Lucas! Jolting back to consciousness, I quickly scrambled to stand. As I moved, Lucas grunted and brushed off the debris strewn across his back. Are you unharmed, Your Majesty? I should be the one asking, Lucas. How are you? I ceased speaking. Blood saturated Lucas' back. The injuries Head suffered from protecting me from the collapsing building were far graver than those inflicted by the spiders. Cough! Lucas, hacking out blood, spoke with a pained expression. Your Majesty, do you remember? It's a tale from nearly 20 years ago. Couldn't recall, because I'm merely a game player who inhabited this body, unable to share any past memories with you. When you first met me and appointed me as your escort, you made a declaration. What did I say? I may not be an emperor, but I'll be the coolest guy in the world. A feeble smile graced Lucas' face as he dwelled on the past. So you, who will be my escort, should also become the coolest knight in the world. Even though they were the words of a naive child, they struck a chord within me. I've clung to them to this day. Lucas fixed his blood-stained gaze on me. Your Majesty, I trust you. Even in these circumstances? Regardless of where or when. And then Lucas slumped. I caught Lucas as he tipped to the side and carefully laid him on the ground. His injury was severe, but thankfully he still breathed. Hang in there, Lucas. You're the hero, aren't you? The redeemer of this world. You can't die here. Swiftly I surveyed the scene. Scattered on the floor of the broken battlements were shattered cannons and wounded soldiers. Why haven't the spiders ended us yet? Your Majesty. The answer to my question rapidly unraveled. At the entrance of the narrow passageway on the first level of the shattered battlements. We're not defeated yet. Lily stood her ground. With her fire skin trait triggered, she'd been barricading the entrance, single-handedly holding back the surge of spiders rushing at her with her bare form. Pale and trembling, Lily, who'd just drained her final mana potion, inquired. Right? Chapter 9. Lily. I attempted to move towards Lily, but she raised her hand to halt me. I can't hold out much longer. I may be able to barricade the entrance a bit more, but the spiders from the Black Spider Legion will soon break through. Our time is running out. Hurry. While holding off scores of black spiders with her delicate back, Lily offered a brave smile. Do not let our deaths be for nothing. Clenching my teeth, I rose and hollered. What are you doing, artillery? The artillerymen were still struggling to recover from the shock of the fall. Regardless, I scolded them harshly. Load the final shell. But, Your Highness, the artillery captain, who had taken a fall and likely sprained his ankle, made his report in a grating voice. He was unable to stand or walk properly. As I informed you earlier, the cannon has already exceeded its durability limit. The magic core is also at its limit. If we fire, the cannon will explode. We're all going to die anyway, impaled by the spider's fangs. I moved towards the mana cannon lying toppled on the ground. The stand was fragmented, but luckily, the body of the cannon was whole. Isn't it better to go down fighting? Even if we perish in the flames, we should at least roll the dice. The silent artillery captain looked up at me. How will you aim? I also looked up. The cannon was decimated to the first floor, with the rubble forming walls around us. Felt like being trapped in a well. We could see the circular sky above the walls, but we couldn't even catch a glimpse of the Black Spider Queen's location. We can't see. We don't even have a firing angle for the Queen. The stand is destroyed. Hold the cannon with your hands. If we had no teeth, we had to chew with our gums. We don't need to aim. Just let Damien pull the trigger. I wasn't entirely certain how the farsight trait functioned, but if Damien, who possessed it, pulled the trigger, there would be adjustments. I had no choice but to trust that. Load the final shell. That's an order. Understood. The artillery captain ceased arguing and dutifully began loading the last shell into the cannon. I walked over to Damien. Damien was sitting on the ground, breathing thinly. Damien. Damien, eyes closed, turned his head towards me. Blood seeped from beneath his eyes, and his pallor was terrible. He gasped for breath in pain. This is the last time. You just have to fire one more time. Just one more time. Gather your strength one more time. Your Highness. Damien dropped his head feebly. What's the purpose of all this? Regardless of what I do, nothing changes. One more shot, and that beast is done for. No, that's not what I'm getting at. Cough, cough. Damien, who was now coughing harshly, muttered in a vacant tone. Let's suppose I pull the trigger one more time. Let's suppose I take down that Spider Queen. What will change? A look of hopelessness stretched across Damien's gaunt lips. I finally understand. Half of my comrades are already gone. No amount of retribution I seek will bring them back. It's always like this. No matter how hard I toil, how much I battle, the world just takes from me. Nothing changes. Damien, I've had enough. I don't want to live like this anymore. I want to be with my friends. Damien, I interrupted him and posed a question. Do you think this world is unjust? Stunned momentarily, Damien nodded. Yes. Do you feel that life remains painful even after surmounting a challenging hurdle? Yes. In reply to Damien, I smirked and retorted, Quit spouting such glaringly obvious drivel, you idiot. What? Brusquely grabbing Damien by the collar, I yanked him towards me. I bellowed at Damien, who was wheezing for breath. Of course, life's difficulty is set to hell. It's only natural that there are no saves or loads in Iron Man mode. It wasn't the game that was on Hell's Iron Man mode. From the very beginning, this world was like that. It's unfair, irrational. Nothing ever goes our way. That's life. Who doesn't know that? We exist amidst this harsh reality. Even so. So what? Are you just going to surrender and accept a gentle death? Are you going to abandon the strategy?
No.
The strategy must persist. Until the moment life ceases. I will fight. I will plan and flounder until the very end. With that, I tossed Damien to the ground. Damien sprawled limp on the floor. I drew the sword that had always been at my side, never before unsheathed. If you desire death so fervently, I brandished the drawn sword at Damien. He stiffened. Thrust this sword through your own neck. But if you're a coward lacking the guts to do that, Damien. Clang. Nonchalantly, I discarded the sword and sat down before Damien, aligning our gazes. Then be my trigger. What? Cease your grieving for your fallen comrades. All you need to function is your lord, me. I placed my hands on Damien's shoulders and tightened my grip. Do not seek unnecessary justifications to live. You are my pawn, my key, my trigger. That's all you need to be. That's enough, Damien. That was the turning point. Ash, EX, has activated a skill. Passive skill, Unyielding Commander. A system notification partially obstructed my view, but I paid it no mind. I held onto the shoulders of my last beacon of hope. It's an order, my trigger. A subtle glow seeped from my fingertips. It appeared that the passive skill ID just unlocked was in effect. I was unsure of its implications, but Damien's trembling shoulders slowly stilled. I nodded gravely. Blast that damn creature's face off. Damien was unmoving, akin to a time-worn statue, no response emanating from him. After enduring a few seconds of profound silence, finally, Yes, Your Highness. Damien's head began to nod ever so slowly, a countenance on the brink of tears, yet resiliently holding them back bore into me. If it's your decree. We have no means to cool the barrel, the artillery captain uttered, having loaded the final round. There's no cooling spell, no water to serve as a coolant. In this state, step aside. I position myself next to the mana cannon resting on the ground. I'll handle it. Your Highness? The astonished artillery captain tried to deter me. It's unbearably hot. If you touch it now, it will be far worse than a mere burn. Better to be seared alive than to perish in hell. The sweltering heat was palpable even from my position near the cannon. Taking a deep breath, I spun around. Are you ready, Damien? Damien sat on the ground with his eyes closed, his hand tentatively resting on the cannon's trigger. Your Highness, I can't see what's before me. That's fine. I can't feel my hand. That's fine. I managed to steady my voice. It's fine. Damien lightly bit his pale lips. I clasped the barrel of the mana cannon with both hands. Whoosh! In an instant, my gloves were incinerated, and my palms began to sizzle underneath. The scent of scorched flesh wafted amidst the stench of burning cloth. But I gritted through it, because at present this was the only thing within my capability. Ugh! I shrieked, hauling the barrel over my shoulder. My shoulder was on fire. Under the horrendous heat and enormous weight, my body was on the brink of collapse. I felt as if I could disintegrate into a pile of ashes at any second. Then, assist His Highness. The remaining artillerymen dashed over and seized the barrel from my side. The aroma of burning flesh also emanated from the hands of the artillerymen gripping the barrel. United in our cries, we managed to point the muzzle skyward. Boom! Boom! Immediately following that, the Black Spider Legion's siege soldier breached the wall en masse. Hundreds of spiders surged toward us over the wreckage of the wall. I pivoted on my heel, bellowing at the top of my voice. Damien! In that instant, Damien's eyes snapped open. Within his wide, brown eyes that were riveted on the sky, a dazzling white light pulsed. Fire dash! Mustering all his strength, Damien yanked the trigger. Click! The mana from the rogue magic core ascended through the cannon, sparking like a live wire. Despite the monumental mana piercing my entire body, I somehow remained on my feet. In the very next moment, boom! With an earth-shattering blast, the final shot was discharged. Find your mark. My gaze traced the sky-blue mana bullet rocketing towards the heavens. Amidst the onslaught of spiders closing in from all directions, please hit. Consciousness slipped from my grasp. The bullet soared. The final discharge from the crumbling frontline base ascended like a firework, puncturing the sky. Then it commenced its descent. Drawing a sharp parabolic path, it plummeted like a falling star. Screech dash! As the Black Spider Queen detected the incoming magic bullet, she let out a piercing shriek, and the black spiders guarding her began to mound atop one another, erecting a wall. It was a futile endeavor from the onset. A bullet discharged from the heart of the decimated artillery site, aimed at an unseen adversary. With no precise aim, and even if the mana cannon was operating at its maximum capacity, it had no hope of surmounting that distance and height differential. Screech dash! Yet, against all odds, the bullet struck the Spider Queen with surgical precision. Height difference. Dismissed. Distance. Dismissed. The hundreds, thousands of beasts that obstructed its path. Dismissed. The sky-blue bullet, tracing a trajectory that defied the laws of this world, shattered the layered defenses, pierced through all barriers and reached the queen, as if merely acting out a predetermined outcome. Screech dash! Whether out of fury or fear, the screaming Spider Queen was hit squarely in the forehead by the bullet. Thud dash! Without a hair's breadth of deviation. Boom dash! The bullet obliterated the monstrous queen's head in a clean sweep. Chapter 10. Bro! A lone message materialized in the Baron chat window. Dude, you're amazing. How did you pull that off? I found myself at a loss for words. This was the first message from a viewer since I had initiated the stream, and I was clueless about how to react. As I sat there, flabbergasted, Another message from the same viewer emerged. I'm subscribing to you. You'll be streaming again, right? And then I found myself wondering about my response. Ugh! My eyes flickered open. As I tried to heave my sweaty torso into a sitting position, a searing, pulsating pain lanced through my arms and shoulders. Damn! That hurts. Casting a glance downwards, I took in my present state. My entire upper body was swathed in tight bandages. Both of my hands were ensconced like a mummy's, rendering my fingers immobile. What on earth? You should rest, Your Highness Damien. As I was inspecting my wounded body, a soft feminine voice chimed in. Damien applied healing magic to you, but the burns were too severe. It'll take time to fully recover. Startled, I swiveled around. Next to me on a bed, swamped under a pile of documents and industriously writing, was a redhead magician. In a daze, I murmured her name. Lily. You've been unconscious for 3 days, Your Highness. Setting her quill aside, Lily offered me a faint smile. I feared you wouldn't awaken after vanquishing the Black Spider Legion. I'm still alive. All thanks to your directive, Your Highness. Lily shrugged her shoulders, rustling the papers in her grasp. Do you wish for the report now? Or do you require more rest? Despite my body throbbing in pain, I understood the urgency of hearing the report. I requested a rundown of the current situation. The final salvo eliminated the Spider Queen, and the Black Spider Legion is currently immobilized. Lily delivered the results in a crisp manner. We prevailed, Your Highness. Everyone survived, albeit with injuries. Thankfully, we had Damien, the healing priest. He administered first aid and tended to the wounded until reinforcement troops arrived the following day. Lily gestured towards the window. Soldiers were bustling about. The reinforcement troops collected our fallen comrades and dealt with the inert spiders. The cleanup is nearly finished. I see. Reality began to settle in. We had survived. We had just about scraped through this damned tutorial stage. Your Highness, you sustained serious burns to your hands, arms, shoulders, and neck. Lily soberly updated me on my injuries. Upon our return to Crossroad, you should pay a visit to the temple. Even after you recover, the scars will linger. Scars are a small price to pay for life. I was earnest. If survival was the trade-off, I was more than willing to bear burns and scars as tokens of valor. Exhaling a sigh of relief, I noticed Lily. Lily, too, was swathed in bandages around her torso. Lily, your injuries are? When I ran out of mana at the very end, one of those damn spiders grazed my back. Fortunately, the queen succumbed shortly after, so there were no more onslaughts. Lily snickered darkly, kneading her leg. I must have damaged my spinal cord then. I couldn't move my lower body. Don't fret about it, Your Highness. Lily reassured me in a calm voice as I grappled for words. I'm just grateful to be alive. Lost for words, I faltered when Lily veered the conversation. There are 4 survivors. Lucas, Damien, myself, and you, Your Highness. That's all. For people. Even before the last battle, we were hundreds. But now just 4. Damn. Gritting my teeth, I covered my forehead with my bandaged hand. Could there have been a different path? Was there a strategy one had overlooked? Could there have been a way to rescue even one more person? Your Highness, you're not omnipotent. Lily cautiously reminded me, observing my anguish. It was impossible to save everyone in that scenario. You did your utmost, didn't you? But I was the one who led the troops here. It wasn't me, it was Ash who did it. But it wasn't a situation where I could refute that it was me who orchestrated it. As long as I inhabited Ash's body, I shared in the responsibility. Your Highness, no one predicted that the Black Spider Legion would materialize here. No one anticipated that the monsters would mobilize on such a massive scale for the first time in years. That's why no one opposed your departure. Lily sought to comfort me, scrutinizing my reaction. While your strategy may have been audacious, it wasn't imprudent. In the final battle, you showcased your capabilities and executed a daring maneuver, culminating in victory. So, don't be too severe on yourself. I bit down on my lower lip. Just then, Lucas barged into the ward, his eyes widening at the sight of me. Your Highness! Lucas sprinted to my bedside. With his towering stature charging like that, he resembled a colossal golden retriever bounding towards me. Lucas! I'm overjoyed you're awake, Your Highness. Lucas, who had reached my side, was even welling up. Do you feel any discomfort? I'll summon Damien immediately. No, I'm fine. I can endure it. Sporting a wry smile, I pointed at the bandages encasing Lucas' body. You appear to have sustained quite a few injuries as well, haven't you? Is it safe for you to be scampering around like this? As you're aware, my resilience has always been my forte. Well, that's accurate. After all, he's an SSR rank knight. Seeing him unscathed was a comfort. Lucas offered an awkward smile as he retrieved a bundle of documents from his pocket. But we have collected all the corpses we could. Where have you assembled the bodies? They are in the open field north of the advance base. I want to see them. As I attempted to hoist my quivering body, a startled Lily and Lucas tried to restrain me. Your Majesty! You mustn't, Your Majesty. You need further rest. They fell under my command. My entire body throbbed with intense pain, but I remained resolute. I will go to see them. Assist me, Lucas. Lucas, looking bewildered, turned and knelt, extending his back to me. Mount up, Your Majesty. I will transport you. Lucas' back was broad and his walking stance evenly balanced, leading to minimal jostling. It was comfortable. Lucas, would you consider being my personal carriage? If you decree it, I'm more than ready. Just joking, man. Don't take it to heart. As I perched on Lucas' back and emerged, a boy leaning against the castle wall drew my attention. It was Damien, a curly-haired brown healer, gazing vacantly into the distance. His shattered spectacles were not on his face, but cradled in his hand. Damien! Upon hearing me call him, Damien slowly swiveled his head in my direction. Prince, you're awake. How are your eyes? I was concerned he might have sustained vision impairment, as his eyes had shed blood when he utilized his clairvoyance. With a weary expression, Damien conjured a faint smile. Okay. Since yesterday, my sight has been returning gradually. Now I can see almost as before. So, he had been using healing magic and maneuvering without vision. He truly had had a difficult ordeal. Observing Damien's youthful, worn face, I felt a wave of sympathy and spoke. Damien, thanks to you, we prevailed in this operation. If you desire, I can bestow you with sufficient funds to sustain you for a lifetime and ensure you don't have to return to this battlefield. You were initially a mercenary, so you're free to choose your path henceforth. Your Highness. But Damien gently shook his head. You once told me, I'm your trigger. I wish to know. Damien's gaze wandered back over the castle wall. The origin of those monsters. Who, why, and how conjured those creatures. Why we lost so many. So, please allow me to accompany you, Your Highness. With a wistful smile, I signaled him. All right, then accompany me right now. We'll need a priest to pay homage to the deceased. Damien awkwardly trailed us as we ventured towards the northern field. Advance base, northern field. Innumerable bodies were meticulously laid out, ready to be claimed by the elements. For those who we could recover the bodies, there was the solace of mourning. Yet, many didn't even leave a trace behind. For them, we lit a fire. The sacred flame transported from the Crossroads Temple sprang into blue sparks in the middle of a vacant lot. I stood in silence, my gaze held by the flames. They danced with an eerie resonance, as though brimming with indignation. I understood. There was no superior tactic, no improved path. Nothing was more futile than dwelling on the past. I chose the operation, executed it, and this was the outcome. So, it was mine to shoulder. These shoulders would bear the weight. After the makeshift funeral is over, gather all the bodies and convey them to the crossroads. Eh? Lucas' eyes bulged in surprise at my command. Aren't we leaving them here? Every year, tens of thousands of lives were lost in the crossroads. It was a world where funerals cost more than the value of life itself. Cheap lives flooded into this monstrous front line, dissipating in the effort to uphold it. If we attempted to create a cemetery, it would quickly overflow. Therefore, bodies were typically strewn across the wilderness. A world where death outnumbered wildflowers. I intended to change this world. There's an unused plot west of the crossroads. Set up a cemetery there. Bury them all and conduct a memorial service. I instructed them to establish a cemetery in the western plot where I had constructed a memorial site in the game. Moreover, designate the last day of February each year as a day to honor their sacrifice. This was not solely to commemorate those who laid down their lives in this battle. It was also my penance for all the characters I had mercilessly killed through hundreds of game resets and playthroughs. Lucas, who was about to interject, swallowed his words and nodded his approval. I will obey your command. Soon after, the makeshift funeral commenced. The priest, who arrived with the reinforcements, scattered holy water over the corpses, blessing their journey to the afterlife. The sheer number of bodies meant the funeral took some time, despite its brevity. I witnessed the entire process, never stepping back. Lucas. The makeshift funeral concluded under the evening's moonlight, casting an icy illumination. I won't falter again. A chill emanated from the aftermath of death. A coldness that the sacred fire's flames couldn't mitigate filled the plain. I shivered, my teeth grinding against the cold as I leaned on Lucas' back. I won't falter again. Lucas kept his mouth tightly shut, silently absorbing my words. Let's return. One battle had concluded, but the real war was only just commencing. I cast a final, resolute glance at the fallen soldiers whose lives I had taken, and spoke with newfound determination. To Crossroads. Stage 0. Completed. Stage MVP. Damien, N. Characters leveling up. Ash, EX, LV.5, 4. Job selection now unlocked. Lucas, SSR, LV.27, 2.
Lily, R, LV.17, 2.
Damien, N, LV.15, 5.
Fallen and wounded characters.
Ken, N, Fallen.
Lily R, critically wounded. Collected items. Black Spider Legion Magic Stones, 388. Black Spider Queen Magic Core, SSR. 1. Stage completion rewards have been dispersed. Please check your inventory. EX Grade Reward Box 1. Prepare for the next stage. Stage 1. City Above the Tomb. Chapter 11. Side Story The Fortress City. Crossroad. The carriage shuddered with every turn of the wheels. Yawn. A yawn slipped from my mouth as the carriage gently rocked to and fro. It had been 3 days since we left the forward base, making our way northward in the carriage. Our pace was slow, burdened with caring for the injured, and I was one of them. So boring. I grumbled, sinking deeper into the plush seat of the carriage. The persistent ache in my back was worsened by hours of sitting. Lucas, are we there yet? We'll be there soon, Your Highness. Just a little longer. My shout was directed at Lucas, who was at the helm of the carriage, and his response was a familiar echo, having heard it no less than 5 times before. Why was this conversation on a repetitive loop like a kid in car? Oh, geez. With a sigh, I sprawled on the seat, and a jingling sound drew my attention to my neck. A necklace. With my bandaged hand, I clumsily untied the necklace and cradled it in my palm. More of a choker than a necklace, it was made of black leather, adorned with a metallic centerpiece. The reward for clearing the tutorial stage. Upon clearing stage 0, a reward box had materialized in my inventory. This was the prize inside. Initially, I was puzzled about what an inventory was, but it turned out to be a pocket dimension that spontaneously appeared from nowhere. I wasn't certain if I had the power to store and retrieve items at will like some kind of Dora *Mon. But well, it's a game world. Necklace. Its function has not been unlocked yet. It will be usable after the story progresses. A frown creased my forehead as I studied the enigmatic necklace. There wasn't supposed to be a reward for Stage 0 as it was deemed unbeatable. But I had prevailed, and this mysterious necklace was the fruit of my efforts, having emerged from the reward box. Its purpose, however, remained elusive. Well, its purpose will reveal itself in due time. I refastened the necklace around my neck. A burn marred my neck from the recent battle, but it was a minor injury that had healed quickly, leaving behind a scar. The necklace served as a handy cover. Don't worry about this item. What about the others? I summoned my status window.
As X.
Level 5. Title: Mad Third Prince. Profession: Novice. Job selection now available. Strength 2, Agility 3, Intelligence 5, Stamina 2, Magic Power 3. I let out a sigh while scrutinizing my vaguely increased stats. Their growth seemed sporadic, not indicating a specialized character, yet too low for an all-rounder. Stat development in this game was entirely automated. They primarily grew based on the stats utilized in battle, but occasionally a random stat would increase as well. I'm leaning towards a DPS tank. A character capable of dealing significant damage and taking hits was a DPS tank. In this game, the units with the highest survival rate belonged to the DPS tank category. I contemplated molding myself into a DPS tank, but with my current stats, judging by the stats, they suggested a mage, but then again, they seemed too random to define a specific class. At first, I hadn't even picked a class. Thanks to the unpredictable job selection, I hadn't determined my character's growth direction yet. So I opened the job window. Every character in the game chose their profession at level 5. All game characters begin at level 5 or above, with further class advancements offered every 15 levels. You take the first class advancement at level 20, then at 35, and finally at level 50. But I had started the game at level 1, and only just hit level 5, the point where I could choose my job. Available jobs: Novice Knight, Novice Wizard, Novice Priest, Novice Warrior, Novice. The list seemed to stretch on forever, presenting every job conceivable in the game. So, could I shape my character however I wished? Was this some kind of wild card? If that was the case, I would have chosen a job based on its usefulness. But the problem lay at the list's end. Available jobs: Novice Commander, Special Benefit of Hell's Ironman Achievement. A class category that I had never encountered during my gameplay was glaringly displayed. A commander? A bonus from the Hell's Ironman Achievement. So what was it? A secret class or something? But a special or hidden class didn't guarantee excellence. There was a higher likelihood of it being a pitfall. Opting for a job advancement tree without any information could lead to utter ruin. So, if that was all there was, I would have bypassed it and safely chosen a familiar job. But the real problem was acquired skills. Passive Unyielding Commander. First skill? Available after first job advancement. Second skill? Available after second job advancement. Ultimate? Available after final job advancement. The issue was the acquired skills. The passive skill I had unlocked during the last battle was titled Unyielding Commander. Wasn't this a clear hint nudging me towards the commander tree? The skill I had unlocked was Unyielding Commander LV.1. A skill born from an unyielding spirit that never surrenders, no matter the circumstances. Grants immunity to mental abnormalities to all allies within a 10m radius. This was a solid skill. No, it was an exceptionally solid skill. From the game's middle stages, enemies who were magic users casually cast spells inducing abnormal mental states. Confusion and fear were standard, and in extreme cases they would even cast mind control. Characters with high magic power could resist it, but characters with low stats would face a challenge every turn. There was an instance when Lucas fell under mind control and nearly annihilated my team, leading me to abandon that game round and reset. So, from the middle stages onward, it's practically a cheat skill. Yes, it's outstanding, but in the early stages, it's pretty useless. In the initial stages, most of the enemies are simple-minded monsters charging head-on. Few, if any, cast spells inducing abnormal mental states. Naturally, it would be advantageous to maintain our allies' mental health unscathed. However, when contrasted with Lucas' Man of Steel and other such passive skills, it was somewhat underwhelming. What I truly needed at this moment was a skill that could prove its worth instantly. Ah, what a headache! As I contemplated the path to tread for future survival, I found myself tugging at my hair, tormented by the looming headache. Your Highness, I see crossroads. The voice of Lucas pierced the silence. At last, I leaned out of the carriage window to catch a glimpse. So there it was, on the horizon not too far off. A city fortified by iron walls made its presence known. Crossroads. That was the designation of the fortress nestled at the very southern tip of the world. This fortress was erected to stem the ceaseless influx of monsters spewing forth from the Black Lake in the south. Once upon a time, it was the Empire's mightiest fortress, housing tens of thousands of soldiers. It boasted iron-fortified walls, a moat teeming with holy water, and bristled with an impressive array of cannons and ballistae. Yet, over the past dozen years or so, as the monster onslaughts dwindled, the Empire withdrew its troops from here, deploying them to other battlefields instead. The world was perpetually at war, and the front lines maintained by the Empire were not solely here. In lieu of military forces, mercenaries were hired. These mercenaries were enlisted, their nationality or skill level notwithstanding. To put it bluntly, the Empire required human shields to hold this front line. Those displaced from human conflicts, retired veterans, or novices lacking prowess were drawn here. With the inflow of these expendable lives, the fortress experienced a surge in establishments like restaurants, inns, and banks. Over a dozen years or so, the fortress grotesquely expanded into a city-like formation. At some point, people ceased referring to Crossroads as a fortress. Instead, it gained new monikers: Monster Front, Fortress City, and to taunt the mercenaries blinded by greed, racing towards their demise, it also earned less flattering epithets. Suicide Street, City on a Grave. So this is Crossroads, I muttered under my breath, passing through the southern city gate in the carriage. I didn't fully grasp its size when I observed it through the game screen. It's larger than I anticipated. In the game's administrative mode, my perspective was restricted to a bird's eye view of the city, and in the tower defense mode, I was engrossed in frantic sprints along the walls. I hadn't truly appreciated its magnitude, but experiencing it with human eyes like this had a distinct impact. And it's more run down than I presumed. I furrowed my brows, surveying the worn-out infrastructure. The walls, which had withstood the monster's assaults for years, were frayed due to neglect. The moat was utterly parched, and the city's interior, having undergone hasty expansion and reconstruction, was in a state of disorder with no coherent zoning. Several areas require urgent attention. This was humanity's last line of defense, and the location destined to be my city. So, to be the lord of this city? Back on Earth, I didn't possess a single property to my name. Who could have foreseen that my aspiration to own a place of my own would materialize so abruptly? Despite being trapped in an alien world, putting my life on the line under less than ideal circumstances, I wasn't feeling all too wretched. The caravan trudged into the city, taking the main thoroughfare. The townsfolk poured out onto the streets to witness the spectacle, their expressions anything but cheerful. Why would they be? Their freshly assigned lord and commander, namely me, had barely survived after sending troops straight into the fray. However, the initial gloom on their faces soon morphed into surprise. All because of the cargo hauled by the wagon-tailing mine. Hey, is that? Can't be. Are those all magic stones? Their murmurs confirmed that all was going as per the plan. Brazenly stacked on the wagon behind were hundreds of Black Spider Legion's magic stones. In this world of magical civilization, magic stones were as valuable as oil. Magic stones, extractable from monster carcasses, were the city's most important strategic resource. They were also the primary reason we could hold this front line, even with the heavy toll on human lives. But recently, as monster activity dwindled, so too did the magic stone harvest. The city's revenue was waning. Yet, I had vanquished the Black Spider Legion and amassed nearly 400 magic stones. These were monsters between levels 55 and 60, hence, the magic stones were of exceptional purity. A rough estimate would value them exceedingly high, enough to alleviate budget concerns for a bit. If you've conquered a stage deemed unbeatable, this level of reward is to be expected. At this juncture, the citizens' trust in me was beyond abysmal. The situation mirrored the game. At the game's inception, the citizens neither trusted the player nor harbored any liking for them. But by the third year, the citizens would regard the player with affection and unwavering loyalty. In the end, there was only one way to their hearts: money, spent judiciously and resolutely. As I was mulling over how to utilize the proceeds from these magic stones, the carriage had already reached the Lord's mansion. "We've arrived, Your Highness." Lucas, alighting from the driver's seat, opened the carriage door for me. I stepped out unhurriedly. The Lord's mansion at the crossroads. This antique beauty of red bricks and marble was showing its age but retained a certain charm. It was quite expansive. It's a far cry from the single room I used to inhabit. While I was marveling at this, oh dear, my lord," a man burst through the mansion doors and hurried towards us. "I'm so relieved that you're safe, my lord." He was a young man, his ash-gray hair in disarray, peering through thick glasses. The man who had been bounding towards me corrected his form of address as he came to a halt in front of me. No, I shouldn't call you lord. Please forgive me, Your Royal Highness." "It's fine, you can call me lord," I chuckled, assuring this gray-haired young man. He then clasped my bandaged hand and broke down in tears. "Lord, I feared terribly that you might have sustained injuries." This character, radiating an undercurrent of crafty servility, was named Ader. In the game, he acted as an NPC responsible for city management, meaning practically all administrative duties in Crossroad were dealt with through him. From constructing facilities to recruiting troops to managing minutiae of the system. The same likely held true here. City management tasks would be executed in partnership with him. "Please come in. We've prepared a warm bath for you, and dinner is ready. Tonight, just rest." With considerable fatigue weighing me down, my intent was indeed to recuperate for the day. Following Ader's lead into the mansion, I looked back at Lucas and gave a nod. "Let the soldiers rest. Lucas, you two, take it easy and catch some good sleep. But, Your Highness, your protection. We've had enough for today. Rest well and we'll resume tomorrow." Reluctantly, Lucas conceded. "As you wish, Your Highness." After a respectful bow to me, Lucas headed towards his quarters, which seemed to be on the ground floor. Ader ushered me to my room on the second floor. "Come, my lord. A hot bath will erase your journey's weariness and the lingering scent of battle. Right, lead the way." Accepting Ader's offer, I stepped into the bathroom adjoining my room. A roomy tub filled with warm water exuded a soothing fragrance. I had gone too long without a proper bath. I yearned to purify myself at the earliest. With bandaged hands, I awkwardly fiddled with my shirt buttons. But honestly, retro addict, that was rather remarkable. I stiffened at the voice originating from behind. "Who would have expected you to conquer the tutorial in such a manner? It never crossed my mind." "You?" Taken by surprise, I swiftly turned around. Ader, who had shut not only the room but also the bathroom door, beamed at me. "Why the secrecy?" "Yes, it's me. I am the director of Protect the Empire." Ader. Chapter 12. Side story: meeting with the director I wanted to kill. What's there to hide? Absolutely. I am the director of Protect the Empire, Ader. My mind went blank. The director? This kid? So, the one who dragged me into this was this son of a... My mind whirled with a hurricane of thoughts. Just at that moment, thud! Ader collapsed, spread eagle onto the floor, like a starfish. His limbs and forehead were glued to the bathroom tiles. To me, rooted in place, unable to comprehend the situation. I'm deeply sorry for abruptly whisking you away to this place. Ader apologized with fervor. But I know. This world needs you, Mr. Retroaddict. Could you maybe lend us a hand? Just once? Just once? After a pause, I voiced quietly. Firstly, rise, Mr. Ader. I gripped Ader's arm and helped him up. Ader welled up, apparently touched. Mr. Retroaddict. How could you be so kind? Are you really going to assist us? With a gentle smile, I clearly addressed Ader's plea. No, for this. I snatched this jerk by his collar and smashed his head onto the bathroom floor. Bam! Quack! D. Damit, D. Straddling Ader, I slammed my fists into him relentlessly. I'm going to end this guy. A bit later.
I'm sorry.
Ader knelt, hands raised, his face bloated from the thrashing. Now let's sort this out. I sighed, sitting across from him. The beating had cleared my head somewhat. So you're that director who chatted during the broadcast when I conquered the game. Yes. And you're the actual director of this game, or rather this world. Indeed. Why does this guy talk in such a way? Now that I ponder it, his dialogue in the game was exactly like this. Suppressing the impulse to strike him again, I continued my inquiries. Why did you summon me here? There's a true ending in this world. Ader blew his nose with a tissue and met my gaze. An end that no one has ever achieved. His eyes, visible behind his round glasses, were a vacant gray mirroring his hair. I've reset this world innumerable times to reach that finale. But I could never attain the ending I yearned for. So, you sought assistance from an outsider? If I were to simplify it, yes. As Ader snapped his fingers, a system window materialized out of thin air. Upon observing that figure, I finally seemed to grasp. This character was truly linked to the genesis of this world. I turned this world into a game and showcased it to the players from other realms. The system window that Ader unveiled in midair displayed rows of server names. Among them, a server named Earth was conspicuous. Was Earth merely one of many servers? The players explored possibilities in ways I hadn't anticipated. However, Ader shook his head subtly. Even none could reach the true ending. Am I not the same? A true ending, huh? I wasn't even aware such a thing existed. I had been grinding through Protect the Empire for 6 months, but this was the first time I heard of an alternative ending. Retroaddict failed to reach the true ending, but you achieved a feat no one else could. Hell difficulty.
Iron Man mode.
Commonly referred to as Hell's Iron Man. I was the sole player who had conquered it. Was it for this reason? I thought you had the best chance, so I clung to hope and brought you here. Brought me my foot. You kidnapped me. And to drop me in such a place, in this guy's body. You practically sentenced me to death. Should I say there was an error or a glitch? I didn't anticipate this situation. As Ader's words faded away, he fell to the floor once more under my fierce glare.
Anyway.
Let me explain first. It's about the reward that Retroaddict will receive if you aid us. I frowned. Reward? If you guide this world to the true ending, I will grant one wish of Retroaddict. A wish? Are we talking about a freaking Dragon Ball granting wishes? I am something akin to a god of this world. Ader confidently asserted, his face still bearing the marks of my assault. How credible. When Retroaddict returns to the original world, I can easily present a generous gift. Anything? Anything. Even like 10 billion won in cash. Just 10 billion won? 100 billion is also doable. Would you prefer more? This guy, he seems to be promising too much. But honestly, it was alluring. He's offering a wish. I have numerous desires I want to fulfill. Bro. No. There was one wish that I fervently hoped to realize. I swallowed hard. If this character truly grants that wish, then... Ader looked at me with a tender smile. Retroaddict has a wish you want to actualize, don't you? Not something like money, but a more valuable wish. You possess a dream you thought was unachievable and gave up on, right? Only then did I understand. This self-proclaimed deity before me was aware, and he summoned me. I was consumed with regret. Regret over something I had done. Fulfill your dream. The dream is already shattered. As long as it still dwells in your heart, the dream isn't lost. For some reason, Ader spoke with an assurance that suggested he knew exactly what he was talking about. Strike a deal with me, Retroaddict. Guide this world to its true ending. If you do, I'll grant your wish. I, who had been silent, scoffed. But if you have such power, why don't you resolve it yourself? There are certain limits to my abilities. I can exercise various powers outside this world, but inside am just an ordinary human. That's why I needed a proxy like you, Retroaddict. I exhaled quietly. I couldn't entirely trust this guy, but I had a rough understanding of the situation. However, I want to ask one thing. Yes. What happens if I die here? Indeed, that was the most crucial question. Winner takes all. If you succeed in clearing, you'll return safely to the original world, back to the moment when you were broadcasting your victory, having gained your desired wish. Ader offered a thin smile. If you die here, it's the end. Life is a one-coin game. There are no saves, no loads. You cleared it on Iron Man mode. You're aware of that, right? Indeed, that was the nature of this game. Even if other aspects were forgiving, death was irreversible. If you wish to return to Earth, I can send you back immediately. What? Seriously? Seriously? In fact, my initial plan was to bring you here and propose this from the start. You fell during the tutorial due to unforeseen complications. Scratching his chin awkwardly, Ader gazed at me with intensity. What's it going to be? Will you seize the opportunity to clear the true ending and earn the chance to fulfill your wish? Or would you prefer to return to a peaceful everyday life, devoid of the threat of death? The choice is entirely yours, Retroaddict. Normally, I should have chosen to return without hesitation. But two things deterred me. One was the aspiration to accomplish my wish, and the other was, isn't it worth a shot? Confidence. I had completed this game on Iron Man mode. I had a handle on nearly everything about this game. Clear it once more? What can't I do? Ader patiently waited, his lips sealed as I mulled over it. After a lengthy consideration, I exhaled deeply. I'm in. Ader's face broke into a smile. Really? Yes. The odds seem more than favorable. In that case, isn't it worth a gamble? One round of betting. I'm going all in on this, so you better do your part correctly. And don't forget about granting my wish if we reach the true ending. Absolutely, sir. Treat me as your loyal hound from this point on. Ader literally prostrated himself, attempting to lick my feet like a dog. Get away, you madman. I pushed Ader back, heaving a sigh as I glared at him. All right then, Lord's assistant Ader, to safely navigate this world, let's get started. Hooray! Just tell me what to do. Swiftly raising my hand, I jabbed my finger into Ader's chest. His face was lit up with an eager grin. By tomorrow morning, before I delve into official tasks, sell all the black spider magic stones. Eh? Ader's face froze, but I pressed on. Well, they are basically money conversion items, aren't they? You should have a sales route. Indeed, that's true. But it's already late in the day, and the market is closed. I don't care. Then open it again. The merchants who are interested in buying magic stones should be in the city anyway. I pressed my finger to Ader's lips, cutting off his protest. Shut up and do as you're told, jerk. Whether you sell it overnight or early in the morning, I want the cash conversion completed by the time I review official duties tomorrow. Got it. Ah, understood. Ader looked deflated but complied. There are 388 black spider magic stones. It's a vast sum even just on the open market. What are you planning to do with all this money? There's plenty to do, but that's none of your concern. I ushered Ader out of the bathroom, growling at him in a menacing tone. Get the cash by tonight, no excuses. Or else, smack. Smack. He'll abandon the game and bolt for the mid. TL note. For those that played LOL, this sentence is obvious. For everyone else, he is basically saying he will give up and force a loss. My trollish statement drained all color from Ader's face. He'll definitely get it sold. Bang. After shutting the bathroom door harshly, I let out a sigh and made my way to the bathtub. I need a bath, sigh. But the water in the bathtub had already gone cold. Damn it. The next day, I woke up from a sound sleep in my soft, pristine bed to find Lucas waiting outside the room. Lucas, you should take a break. I've had enough rest. I resumed my escort duties this morning. It was morning in name only, but had probably been waiting by my door since before sunrise. This guy really takes his job seriously. As I washed my face and dressed with Lucas' help, there was a knock at the door. It was Ader. Heh. The money conversion. It's done. Ader, soaked in sweat, pointed out the window. Glancing out, I saw several carts brimming with boxes of gold coins. Due to the massive amount, a substantial security force was present. I summoned the merchants, stayed up all night, held an early morning auction, somehow managed to convert it all to cash. He actually pulled it off. I thought maybe half would sell at most. He's more capable than I gave him credit for. Ader offered me a bundle of sales documents. I didn't accept it, simply gesturing for him to continue. Just give me the grand total. How much is it? For each stone, a little over 10,000 Adele. I sold all 388. So the total comes to 4.5 million Adele. For 0.5 million. In this game, by the third year, the influx of high-quality magic stones caused severe inflation, but this was certainly not a sum you could amass at the start. Lucas, taken aback, widened his eyes, and I casually whistled. This amount should suffice for operational funds. Good. We're heading out immediately. Get ready, Lucas. Where do you plan to go, Your Highness? Lucas, who quickly fetched my coat, asked. I shot him a mischievous grin. Our party's quite empty, isn't it? I'm off to recruit a handy ally. First stop, the Mercenary Guild. I plan to pick out new members for my party. Just for starters. I flicked the gold certificate handed to me by Ader, letting a smirk play on my lips. Shall we try about 100 consecutive pulls? Chapter 13. Side story. Do I get a guaranteed SR if I do 100 pulls? Leaving Ader with a list of tasks for the day, Lucas and I exited the mansion. About half an hour later, we found ourselves standing in front of the Mercenary Guild. Although it was called the Mercenary Guild, it bore a strong resemblance to an inn. It was a hub where uncontracted mercenaries lodged, dined, and mingled. These unaffiliated mercenaries used the guild as a temporary home. If I were to hire them, they'd come under the city's jurisdiction. If not, they'd seek opportunities in another city. You never knew when a diamond in the rough might surface, so frequent visits were the way to go. Despite the early hour, the raucous sounds of drinking and revelry filled the air. A good omen. I'll enter first, Your Highness.
No.
As Lucas moved to open the door, I shook my head, stopping him. I'll go first. With that, I thrust open the door and strode in. Bang! Make way! My brash entrance captured the attention of the reveling mercenaries. Roughly 100 pairs of intense eyes met mine. Who's this jerk? Lost his way, or his mind? Their intimidating looks might have unnerved some, but I was undeterred. Their glares paled compared to the black spiders, and most importantly, I'm your prospective employer. I held the reins of power. They were at my mercy. I shouted at the mercenaries, their focus solely on me. What's wrong with you lot? Can't you see? Lucas covered his eyes with his hand. My audacity was a well-known fact. What was there to fear? We confidently stepped into the mercenary guild, whispers about us resonating from all corners. That's Prince Ash, the madcap who threatens to kill everyone if he trips? He's the one who decimated his troops at the frontline base this time. But he's also the one who exterminated all those spiders, right? Ignoring the chatter, I surveyed the mercenaries. Where's the one who shines? The Mercenary Guild was primarily a platform for drawing new characters. For players' convenience, top-tier characters emitted a slight glow within the guild. R rank had a blue aura. SR rank was bathed in purple. SSR rank glowed gold. And so forth. I roved about the Mercenary Guild, searching for that light. Where could it be? Then I saw it. Seated in the bar at the far end of the Mercenary Guild was a neatly uniformed elderly woman. A soft purple glow framed her silhouette. An SR-ranked character. A stroke of luck. Unable to suppress my grin, I approached the mercenary. Welcome to the Crossroad branch of the Continental Mercenary Guild, Your Highness. She was a woman with neatly tied white hair. A leather eye patch masked her left eye, hinting at its loss, and a large cigar was gripped between her wrinkled lips. I took a seat casually beside her. Could you share your name, mercenary? Certainly.
Im Jupiter.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance. An SR-ranked lightning mage, Jupiter. Recognition filled me with elation. This seasoned warrior is already in the Mercenary Guild? I acknowledged Jupiter with a nod as she extended a respectful bow. That's an unfamiliar uniform. Which country does it represent? It belongs to our ever-black empire. It's a design from several decades ago, so it might be new to you. Jupiter brushed off her dated black uniform with pride. More than 10 medals adorned her chest. Though I knew it already, I couldn't help but let out an exaggerated gasp of admiration. You served the Empire, then? For 30 years. I even led the Empire's 2nd Magic Troop unit. Since my retirement, I've been eking out a living as a mercenary. Even after retirement, you remain devoted to the country. A true patriot. Not quite. The pension for retired soldiers isn't sufficient. Hence my turn to mercenary work. TSK. Jupiter chuckled. It was more a villainous smirk than a soldier's smile. But life at the mercenary rung isn't so bad. It's a merit-based system, and I make a decent living. You seem to have expensive tastes? An old habit of this battle-hardened woman. I've spent my life in the shadow of death, never mastering the art of saving. Jupiter, expertly exhaling smoke from her cigar, shot me a wry, twinkling smile. So, Your Highness, what brings you here? Do I need a specific reason to visit a mercenary guild? I came to recruit a capable mercenary. Or to purchase a disposable life to risk in your place? At Jupiter's jibe, Lucas' hand shot towards his sword hilt. How dare you? Lucas. I halted Lucas with a grasp on his arm. It's fine. Reluctantly, Lucas stepped back, his gaze still fixed on Jupiter with hostility. Your Highness, word of the skirmish at the forward base has spread far and wide. Your first command seems to have come at a heavy cost. Jupiter twirled the cigar between her aged fingers and cocked her head. Indeed, we fight for pay. But we're not fools eager to dig our own graves. We've no interest in gambling our lives under an inexperienced commander. I see. Nodding, I cast my gaze over the assembled mercenaries in the guild. But aren't you all here essentially selling your lives anyway? At my blunt statement, a few of the mercenaries visibly recoiled. You've ended up in this godforsaken frontline because you have no other means of survival than by selling your lives, right? And now you're afraid of doing just that. Snap. I locked eyes with Jupiter and pointed my index finger at her. Avoiding digging your own grave, you say? That's quite a peculiar claim, Lady Jupiter. Huh? What? You might have had a glittering career, But it all ended when you were caught pilfering funds behind the military's back. Wasn't that effectively digging your own grave? Jupiter's loan, I widened in shock. He certainly didn't anticipate that I knew about his past. I smirked and proceeded. From siphoning off defense funds to under-the-table dealings with the enemy, you've done it all. When you were finally apprehended, you were dishonorably discharged. And yet you strut around in your uniform. How brazen! The epitome of corruption and decay. A rotten soldier, a veteran stripped of her dignity and rank. Yet her combat skills were authentic. More of a ruthless pirate than a disciplined soldier. This was the old woman, the lightning mage Jupiter. Jupiter clenched her teeth. Her cigar trembled at the tip. Your Highness, despite my disgraceful exit, I retain my dignity as a soldier of the Empire. Mind your language. How much? I cut her off with a sneer. What's the price tag on that dignity of yours? What do you want? Jupiter's eyes narrowed. Our gazes locked for a moment. Strangely enough, I felt I could trust this kind of person more. They only adhered to one principle. Money. Only money. How much to become my loyal hound? With a hollow chuckle, Jupiter took another puff from his cigar. I don't come cheap, you know. I earn 100,000 Adele a year. 200,000. Thump. The cigar fell onto the bar table. Jupiter looked at me, questioning with disbelief. What? Double. 200,000. While it was a staggering sum for a mercenary's salary, I am the prince of the empire and the lord of this city. Above all, I had recently auctioned off almost 400 premium magic stones. Money? If it meant securing a confirmed SR-grade hero, I wouldn't hesitate. I'll buy your fear of death. I'll pay double your current salary up front. Typically, mercenaries are hired on a weekly basis. After all, who knows when they might fall in battle? But my plan was to pay it all at once. I pulled out several bundles of gold certificates from my pocket. As I counted the certificates, I glanced around the guild, grinning. If you're too scared to risk your life, get out. But if you're a genuine mercenary eager to make a fortune, join me in the open field west of the crossroad tonight. I left those words hanging as I turned to depart, the eyes of the bewildered mercenaries tracking me. Lucas, who hurriedly followed, asked as he glanced back at the now-closed guild door. Do you think the mercenaries will come? Absolutely. They certainly will. This is a monster frontline where the desperate converge. Mercenaries arrive here with dreams of striking gold and moving on. For them, double the annual salary is not just tempting, it's an offer too enticing to refuse. Death is less daunting than poverty. That reality holds true in the real world, as well as this one. We have to recruit Jupiter, irrespective of other mercenaries. Our party critically needs an AoE attacker. But Your Highness, based on your description, she seems prone to betrayal. That's on the battlefield, Lucas. A skilled rogue is more dependable than a bungling virtuous man. Monsters don't ponder over morality. They simply slaughter the humans in their path. We're in no position to mull over moral dilemmas either. What we need is the capacity to annihilate monsters. Well, that's how it goes on the battlefield. With a wry smile, I climbed into the awaiting carriage. As a lord, I suppose I should be doling out a bit of moral guidance. My next stop was a temple. I was visiting because Lucas had kindled a sacred fire to heal the burns I sustained during the last battle. I could get these burns treated anytime, but I had some business at the temple, so I willingly obliged. Welcome, Prince. I've been expecting you. A young woman, tightly clad in holy vestments, welcomed me. One of the best R-rank heroes, Saintess Margarita. With skills focused heavily on healing and shielding, she was a game-changing healer in the game. They'll be able to recruit her if I fulfill specific conditions later. But that wasn't the reason for my visit today. Margarita rapidly healed my burns. It felt as though it took less than 5 minutes. It's done. A faint scar will remain. Thank you, Saintess. I signaled to Lucas after revealing my healed hand placed in front of my chest. Lucas handed me a pouch of gold coins he was carrying, and I dropped it all into the donation box. Now, Saintus, as I mentioned earlier, I had sent Damien here last night to lay the groundwork, to communicate my requirements. Margarita nodded in agreement, seemingly well informed. Yes, I've summoned all the priests who are currently available. About 10 priests who had been waiting bowed to me. Damien was among them. Damien flashed an awkward smile, to which I responded with a thin-eyed grin. Let's get started then. Leading the priests, I forged ahead. We have a lot to accomplish today. It's going to be somewhat demanding. By evening, west of the crossroads, under a sky painted crimson by the setting sun, a procession of coffins arrived from the forward base. Even after transferring all the coffins stored in Crossroads, there were not enough, so some troops were dispatched to the forest to build more. An unused graveyard had been prepared in the western wasteland, and one by one, the coffins were laid there. The priests offered prayers for each coffin. A coffin was positioned in the tomb reserved for Ken at the forefront. I quietly observed the scene. While the ceremony was ongoing, a choir sang. From Crossroads, and even from the neighboring villages, anyone who could sing was hastily gathered to form an impromptu choir. It was quickly assembled, but their performance was quite impressive.
La la la.
La 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 la. The hauntingly beautiful melody resonated in the air. Intrigued residents gathered to witness the spectacle unfolding. Uniformly arranged soldiers, imperial banners shrouding each coffin, a massive choir. In this city where death was an everyday occurrence and of little value, this was a rare, solemn funeral. Most notably, the financial recompense promised to the families of the deceased. Whispers about the scale of this compensation spread amongst the onlookers who had come to observe. Those taken aback by the sum muttered amongst themselves. The rumors would quickly disseminate. I don't plan to paint a rosy picture. I observed the amazed citizens, their whispers growing louder, with a wry smile on my face. Yes, I had no intention of dressing up the truth. This was a spectacle, but a justifiable one. Loyalty doesn't come without a cost. Reward for dedication. Respect in death. Only these two, remuneration and reverence, could cultivate loyalty. The battle on this front line should be viewed as a noble duty towards humanity. Not out of compulsion, but willingly. One must confront the monsters with dignity. And at that point, the mercenaries would evolve into a true army. The third prince, recently appointed as Lord, Ash-born hater ever black. Once the ceremony concluded, I stood before the residents who had congregated like a sea of clouds. It was somewhat ironic that the first encounter between the Lord and his subjects was taking place at a funeral. Is that the new Lord? The notorious prince? He seems like a handful. Among the chattering crowd, I spotted Jupiter and the mercenaries. They had made it. Let me make something clear. Thousands of eyes were fixed on me, but perhaps due to my extensive experience as a streamer, or maybe the fear had dissipated while grappling with monsters. I wasn't particularly anxious. The words I had prepared flowed smoothly. All of you will continue to die on the front lines. Chapter 14. From this day forward, you will die on the front lines. I declared it without any attempt to sugarcoat the truth. Each week, fresh graves will appear in this cemetery, accompanied by the mournful tunes of the choir. Despite my efforts to limit the losses, lives would be lost. There could never be a battlefront void of casualties. But, make no mistake, your demise will cost more than your survival. The expenses involved in these funerals and the compensation for the deceased were immense. Almost half of the income from selling magic stones had to be allocated for this compensation budget. I had also planned to increase the salaries of all soldiers and mercenaries, but it paled in comparison to the funeral expenses. Yes, death shouldn't be commonplace or inexpensive. It should be precious and costly, not a fate easily met by anyone. So I will strive to keep you alive. I will go to every extent to save you and thrust you back into battle. For my financial needs as a lord, and for the soldiers' own good. They must not die. They must live. Survival was the commandment. So, don't yield to death easily. I glanced at Jupiter and the mercenaries. Jupiter returned my gaze with his single eye, his lips sealed tightly. Live and earn your wages from me. Don't die and make me foot the funeral bill. That marked the end of my address. As I stepped down from the podium, Lucas signaled to the artillery. Boom! The sound echoed. Above the crimson-hued evening sky, a salute to the brave souls reverberated. How would the citizens interpret my speech? The apologies of an inept commander? The money-driven frenzy of a mad lord? Either way, it didn't concern me. I would demonstrate it through results. On these beast-ridden front lines, I was more capable than anyone. Now, shall we? Smirking, I rolled my wrists. Attempt to clear stage 1? The following day, Jupiter and the mercenaries fell under my command. Congratulations! You've got some impressive new comrades. Ader barged in, holding a pile of profiles for the new mercenaries. What a racket! This was the Lord's office. I was inundated with work. I had to handle city administration duties, even within the game. Why is there so much work immediately after I take office? What was the previous Lord up to? I tackled the paperwork while grumbling. After all, planning for the next stage was crucial now. I had to survive to manage the city. We've hired all the independent mercenaries in the city. A total of 114 people. We required every soldier we could muster for the impending stage 1. I hired all available mercenaries, cost being no object. They've all entered their stats into the system. You can check it whenever you'd like. Upon saying this, Ader nonchalantly discarded all the profiles he was holding into the trash bin. If he was going to do that, why bother bringing them in the first place? Let's see. I summoned the system interface to review the new mercenaries' ID enlisted. The forces within Protect the Empire were divided into 2 distinct types. Heroes and soldiers, those were the categories. Heroes were remarkable individuals. They had the capability to wield skills and form parties. These characters were the bedrock of the game's strategic play. Even the N-graded heroes, who are frequently dismissed, held immense power compared to ordinary soldiers. Soldiers lacked the ability to use skills or form parties. However, without them, the battle lines would crumble. Since soldiers also gained strength with experience, it was essential to uplift their spirits and manage them effectively. Among the mercenaries you've employed this time, the count of heroes is 5. Out of over 100 ID chosen, only 5 qualified as heroes. Moreover, the odds of encountering high-grade heroes among these 5 were even lower. From this perspective, it was a rather ruthless gotcha game. Did we hit the jackpot? I hollered as I opened the list of new heroes. Flash! The hues reflecting on the profile images of the 5 new characters were 1 purple for grays, 1 SR grade and 4 N grades. Damn! Just as I suspected. I grumbled in disappointment, but it was hardly a surprise. This place was a city built on a grave, a magnet for people with messed up lives. That notorious monster frontline. The stage at which high-grade talents began to converge occurred after the city's reputation improved and income rose in the mid-game. For now, I should be content with snagging 1 SR grade. After quickly scanning the 4 N-grade heroes, I finally reviewed Jupiter's stats. Jupiter, SR. Level 35. Title, Corrupt Retired Soldier. Profession, Advanced Lightning Mage. Strength 8. Agility 18. Intelligence 30. Stamina 10. Magic Power 35. Starting at level 35. Shed completed her 2nd job advancement and obtained an advanced class. This was a significant catch. Own skills. Passive lightning control. Skill 1, bleaching zone. Skill 2, bleaching again. Ultimate? Unlocks after 3rd job advancement. The passive lightning control was quite literal. It conferred the ability to control lightning. It's a commonplace passive skill for elemental wizards that converts their magic power into electrical attributes. Skill 1 is an area of effect lightning spell. It targets enemies within a certain radius with lightning and imprints a mark. Skill 2 is a combo skill. It hurls an enhanced bolt at a marked enemy, inflicting tremendous damage. Jupiter, with such a skill set devoted to area of effect attacks, was also my primary attacker in the game. The problem lay with this old woman when her trait becomes a nuisance. Equipped traits, 1/3. Gold Fever cannot be removed. The unremovable trait Gold Fever is exactly what it sounds like, a trait that drives one mad for money. Particularly coins, they were irresistible. When a treasure chest is unearthed in a dungeon, if this trait is active, there's a certain chance she will lose control and open the chest autonomously. Yet what if it were a trap? In the previous game, a late-stage dungeon trap was triggered, resulting in me being devoured and torn apart by a mimic masquerading as a treasure chest. He'll have to keep it under control no matter what. This place adhered to the game's rules, but it was undeniably real. I should be able to curb her greed for treasure and resist opening every chest. At least I hoped so. I wasn't eager to lose my hard-won SR-grade wizard that easily. New hero characters. LV.35 Jupiter, SR.
LV.14 N.
LV.14 Ron N.
LV.12 Jia N. LV.11 Peke N.
These were the 5 new heroes ID acquired, including Lucas, Damien, myself, and Lily, who was on the verge of retirement. How should I set up the party? I paused for a moment of contemplation. The party configuration should adapt according to the composition of the enemy. It's more efficient to shape the party in a way that effectively counters as many enemy types as possible. But to do that, I need to know what types of enemies we're facing. My eyes flitted to the time limit displayed on the stage information window. Stage 1. Until the start, 3 days 1 hour. 3 days remained until the stage's onset. The countdown was swiftly narrowing. The pressure was mounting. I should start gathering information about the enemy. You can typically only view the stage enemy information upon making contact with the enemy. In the tutorial's case, I could see it immediately since I was already engaged in combat, but now the enemy information window was filled with question marks. Reconnaissance was crucial. Ideally, I'd send a scout, but there was a workaround for that. Lucas. I beckoned Lucas, who was stationed outside my office door. The moment I called, Lucas dashed to my side as if propelled by wings. Yes. Did you call for me, Your Highness? Let's go get some fresh air. Lucas, who promptly fetched my coat, queried, Where are we headed today, Your Highness? The lake. I replied calmly while sliding my arm into the coat that Lucas was assisting me with. I'm going to visit the enemy camp. Pardon me? Lucas' face was a picture of confusion, not comprehending what ID just said. I let out a smug grin. You'll understand when we arrive, you simpleton. A short while later, in the backyard of the Crossroad Lord's mansion, Lucas and I stood before a mound of crumbled stones. Lucas, oblivious to the situation, followed me without question. I extended my hand towards the heap of stones. Then, a system window materialized before me. Do you wish to activate the teleport gate? Yes/no. Well, naturally, yes. Gug-yagung. Accompanied by an odd operational sound, the stones levitated, spinning and assembling into a magical gate. A stunned Lucas inquired, What is this, Your Highness? It's a portal to the dungeon beneath the lake. I explained once more to the flabbergasted Lucas. So, it's a direct route to a hell brimming with monsters? Is that what you're implying? Protect the Empire combined 2 game genres. Tower defense vs dungeon attack. The game's rules were set as follows. The central stage was all about tower defense. Monsters emerged from the lake, assailing us via the crossroads, and our objective was to repel them using the city's entire military power. It was a war of total annihilation. Then, in between these stages, during the periods when the enemies weren't launching assaults, we were permitted to delve into the dungeon beneath the enemy's stronghold, the lake. This was referred to as free exploration. The player would navigate the dungeon with a small assault team, gathering clues for the upcoming stage, grinding for experience and items, and unveiling the mysteries entwined with the dungeon. This pattern of alternating defense and offense was the game's fundamental structure. This teleportation gate was a device designed for that free exploration. In the game, it only activated after the completion of Stage 1, but I had an inkling, so I decided to inspect it. Sure enough, it was already operational. It's a damn challenging game, but it doesn't set you up for failure. Furthermore, I knew how to handle almost all of the monsters, and I had nearly committed to memory the layout and gimmicks of the dungeon beneath the lake. During the defensive stage, I slay the monsters and then round them up like a mass hunt. During the offensive free exploration, I hoover up all the items and experience I could farm in the dungeon. It's worth a try. No, it's definitely achievable. The tutorial was grueling, but the initial conditions were rather favorable. I began with Damien, a character who could be dubbed a cheat code, and I also managed to secure Jupiter, an SR-ranked wide-area attacker. On top of that, I had a decent sum of money. The confidence that I could safely clear the game and fulfill my wish, it was burgeoning within me. All right, Lucas. Let me put it in simple terms. I spelled out the game's rules to Lucas, informing him that we were conducting a reconnaissance of the enemy in preparation for the next stage. Indeed, I understand. Lucas didn't pose any queries. He merely inspected his armor and weapon. I swallowed my dry saliva. In reality, Lucas should have been the one with the most questions. Given the sudden transformation in the prince he had served his entire life, who now knew the layout of a city we had just reached and the existence of the dungeon. It was peculiar, but Lucas silently trailed me. Hey, don't you have any questions for me? I asked cautiously, prompting Lucas to look at me with his deep blue eyes. A moment of silence ensued. Unwittingly, I swallowed my dry saliva once again. After a brief pause, Lucas diverted his gaze and slowly began to speak. Chapter 15. Side Story at the Black Lake. Lucas began to speak with caution. I was on pins and needles. Multiple contingency plans sprouted in my mind, considering how to justify my actions to Lucas in a manner that would ensure his continued loyalty. However, I simply follow your orders. I harbor no doubts. Those were Lucas' words. I am your sword and your shield. I merely strike and protect as per your directives. I was at a loss for words. He undoubtedly had his reservations. Yet, he trusted me more than he was skeptical. Lucas had made that abundantly clear. I was somewhat moved. Damn, Lucas, you loyal fool. I'll make sure you get a handsome bonus later. Good on you, Lucas. I pointed towards the entrance of the gate and hollered spiritedly. Are you prepared to step into the jaws of hell then? Lucas solemnly nodded with a stern expression. If it is by your side, I would gladly journey to the very depths of hell. You might not be aware of this, but we've already weathered hell together, Lucas. And we're poised to do it once more. I didn't voice these thoughts aloud. Instead, I patted Lucas' shoulder gently. Lucas responded with a faint smile. A moment later, we were more or less geared up. Originally, we were simply going to perform a light reconnaissance, hence the minimal preparation. I stood before the gate. Subsequently, a system window materialized before me. Teleport gate. Please select a destination. Lakeside Pier. Unopened area. Unopened area. Presently, the gate could only transport us to one location, the Lakeside Pier. As we traverse and clear the dungeon, the number of accessible locations will progressively increase. I selected Lakeside Pier and activated the gate. As the magical portal began its rotation, Lucas positioned himself at the entrance of the gate first. I will go ahead, Your Highness. Should there be any adversaries, I will handle them. There's no need to worry. The gate is safe. Even so, what if scenarios exist? Thus, I shall be the first to step in. With those words, he leaped into the gate. Such an exemplary model of dedication. I drew in a deep breath, and then hurled myself into the gate following his lead. Dash. My field of vision swirled, and I was enshrouded by the sensation of levitating in the air. Shortly thereafter, the world plunged into pitch darkness. Now loading. Tip: heroes can bolster their strength by equipping gear. Equipment can be procured in the dungeon or crafted at the blacksmiths. TL note: LOL. For goodness sake, quit shoving these tips at me out of the blue. Stop attempting to pass off as a user-friendly game now. Flash. With a blinding burst of light, the gate traversal was concluded. As I emerged from the gate, a lake with a sapphire surface glistening in the sunlight sprawled before me. We've arrived. I felt a tad nauseous, but I had made it in one piece. I composed myself and scanned the surroundings. We were next to a decrepit pier at the lakeside. The gently undulating lake stretched out right before my eyes. This black lake was the birthplace of monsters, a hellish source of nightmares. It was the dungeon that barred the southern edge of the world. Lake Sacamon stirred lazily, radiating an ominous air like a yawning abyss. Almost hypnotically drawn in, I found myself gazing intently into the lake. Your Majesty! The urgency in Lucas' voice snapped me out of my trance. Startled, I turned towards him. At the end of the pier, I saw Lucas back. What is it? What's happening? Over there. Look over there. With a face white as a sheet from terror, Lucas pointed out towards the lake. I followed his gaze, and my eyes grew wide with shock. SSHHHHHHHH. The tranquil surface of Lake Sacamon roiled and churned. Boom! 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 Monstrous forms began to burst forth from the frothing lake, stomping their feet on the pier. Squeak! Clang! They were decrepit, hollow suits of armor. Armed with rusted weapons of a reddish-brown hue, these armor-clad beasts crawled out of the lake, emitting an unsettling metallic noise. A spectral glow flickered from within their vacant helmets. A legion of spectral figures sheathed in armor. I clenched my jaw and hissed. The living armor legion. Why did it have to be these cretins? The stage design of Protect the Empire incorporates an element of randomness. The adversaries in the preliminary stages are selected randomly from a pool of low-level monster legions. However, they always fall within the low-level range, meaning there isn't an absurd difficulty spike akin to a tutorial stage. Except for one instance, that is. Damn it, why did it have to be? I gnashed my teeth. Why did it have to be the living armor? Goblins would have been manageable, mermaids too, hell, I would have even settled for wyverns. Of all the possible low-level adversaries, we had to cross paths with the living armor. Forcefully calming myself, I pulled up the stage information window. Thanks to our encounter with the enemy, their details were displayed accurately. Enemy info Stage 1. LV? 1. LV.5 Living Armor Assault Trooper. 1052. The mentioned at the top must be the boss monster. The remaining living armors amounted to a staggering number of over 1,000. The silver lining was their relatively low levels. Boom! 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 The sight of thousands of armored monsters emerging from the waters was both repugnant and chilling. The monsters amassing on the northern shore wasted no time and began their march northward, towards the crossroads. These creatures are the monsters we're tasked with stopping this time. Your Majesty? Lucas turned towards me with a look of concern upon noticing my frozen state. Are you okay? You look ashen. Are you feeling unwell or? Lucas. This conversation felt eerily familiar from the tutorial. I was left with no other option. There was nothing else to say. I locked eyes with Lucas, my words laden with seriousness and grim acceptance. Shit, we're screwed again. While immersing myself in Protect the Empire, I had reset the game as many as 741 times. If victory seemed unattainable, I had no option but to start afresh. The reasons for each reset varied. Sometimes it was in-game incidents like Lucas' demise, or the obliteration of my first-tier party. Other times it was management issues like mishandling city finances, losing facilities I had invested all my resources in, or failing to secure high-grade heroes due to sheer bad luck. Nevertheless, in most scenarios, I made it a point to persist till the bitter end. Defeat also carried valuable lessons to be employed in the next game. But, There was one exception. In this case, I instantly hit the reset button without a second thought. It was when the Stage 1 monsters turned out to be the Living Armor Legion. In such a situation, regardless of my attempts, I'd either face a game over, or even if I did manage to clear it, the damage inflicted would be so catastrophic that an eventual reset was inevitable. After 10 futile attempts at overcoming this obstacle, I simply opted to reset the game as soon as I laid eyes on the living armors. In Stage 1, the most exasperating monsters to deal with are these armored fiends. I massaged my temples with my fingertips, trying to alleviate the headache. Living armors are creatures made entirely of armor. The true entity within is a specter. In other words, they have an exceptionally high resistance to physical attacks. Most of the soldiers defending the fortress are mere mortals. They don't possess abilities like Lucas, who can rip out the cores of monsters, or Lily and Jupiter, who can wield magic. Their arsenal is restricted to simple swords and spears. Now imagine 1,000 specters, clad in solid armor, launching an attack? Unlike other monsters who can be felled by a cannon shot or a spear thrust, these are different. Their armor is not only robust, but their spectral forms also don't succumb to damage easily. In a head-on collision, our side is destined to suffer immense losses. The tides turn midway through the game, when our characters and parties grow stronger and acquire various defensive equipment, making it easier to combat them. But right now, at Stage 1, all odds are stacked against us. Damn it, any monster but the living armors would have been bearable. At this juncture, it almost seemed as if some malevolent force was intentionally meddling with the game. Flash! Once the reconnaissance was over, Lucas and I made an immediate return to Crossroads via the gate. I pulled up the stage information again. Stage 1. Time until start, 2 days 23 hours. We had a window of 3 days until the stage kicked off. In 3 days, those monstrosities would overrun this place. The clock was ticking, but we still had some time to gear up. The only option was to exhaust every possible measure.
Aider.
As I stormed into the mansion and hollered, Ader scurried over, adjusting his glasses. You summoned, Lord? How's the city's military faring? The current total personnel available for frontline service in Crossroads is approximately 526, Lord. Over the past few years, as monster invasions had become less frequent, the fortress standing army had been whittled down to about 3,000. The bulk of this number was lost in the tutorial stage. Although they had managed to bolster the ranks with about 100 mercenaries, their military strength remained woefully inadequate. Damn it, Ash, you stupid idiot. I cursed yet again at the reckless prince who had lent me his body. Damn it. Had it been any other monster legion, our current forces would have been enough to scoff at the danger. But against the Living Armor Legion, we were severely underprepared. What's the possibility for further troop reinforcements? All the mercenaries who came to the city have already been employed. We'll hire more as they arrive, but... So, you're saying there's nowhere else to recruit more? Within this city, yes. Then send messengers to nearby cities to request for troops. Tell them it'll pay double the usual weekly wage. Certainly, Crossroad was a solitary fortress stationed at the world's southernmost tip. Traveling to a nearby city would take days, but it was better to attempt than not. Also, dispatch a messenger to the Imperial Palace. Inform them that the monsters have started to mobilize and request the maximum possible reinforcements. Ader, who had been diligently noting down my instructions, paused and gave me a faint smile. Are you certain about this, my lord? Requesting support from the Empire's headquarters was a precursor for a crucial event in the midgame. That's why I had been resisting the urge to seek help. But what could I do? Survival was paramount. Go ahead, it's fine. Understood. And gather all the carpenters, stonemasons, blacksmiths, and alchemists in the city. No, don't just gather, draft them. Crossroad was the world's largest magic stone mining area. There were numerous artisans working on processing these magic stones. I planned to utilize them as well. But if we do so, the magic stone processing line will halt, We're on the brink of disaster, and you're worried about magic stone processing? Stop it all and bring everyone here. Understood. I'll draft them immediately. After issuing several minor orders, I gave my final instruction. And summon all party members. We have a total of 9 heroes who can form parties. How would you like to arrange them? I opened the system window. I grouped the newly recruited heroes, including Jupiter, into one party. The remaining Lucas, Damien, Lily, and I were assigned to the main party. The parties will be arranged like this. Inform them as you summon. Lily is in a somewhat difficult condition for movement. This is not the time to consider that. I felt a pang of regret for Lily, who was wheelchair-bound and nearing retirement. But we couldn't afford to have an R-class wizard sidelined at this critical juncture. There's no time. Carry out the orders now. Understood. Ader scurried out of the mansion. After instructing Lucas to prepare the party members for battle as they arrived, I retreated to my room in the mansion. Perched on the edge of the bed, I brought up the system window in the air before me. I had spent a fair amount of time waffling and mulling over it, but it seemed the luxury of time was no longer on my side. Job selection. From the list of potential jobs, my finger hovered over the last option. Commander. The difficulty level of this game was anything but ordinary. From the Queen Spider in the tutorial to the prematurely appearing Living Armor Legion, arguably the most fearsome monster type in the early stages of the game. The tougher the game, the more crucial it was to introduce variables. So I made the decision to roll the dice. I intended to introduce variables using a lesser-known hidden job. Novice Commander will be your job selection. Are you sure? Yes/no. Yes, damn you. My hands trembled as I gingerly selected yes. Ash EX has changed jobs to Novice Commander. The jingle that signified my job change chimed in. And then, what's going on? My eyes bulged at the following system message. What on earth was this? Chapter 16. Ash EX has changed jobs to Novice Commander. A lively fanfare chimed in, marking my transition to a new job. Then, a 50% debuff is applied to your stat growth rate. A 50% debuff is applied to your equipment proficiency. Hold on, what the? I stared, blinking at the successive messages. What was it saying again? Are you serious? I double-checked, and it was no joke. There was indeed a growth debuff displayed on my stats window. Cut the crap. What the hell was this? Shit. What sort of job came with such a debuff? Setting a trap like this, that bastard Director Ader is in for it. You have acquired the trait Attack Totem. You have acquired the trait Defense Totem. You have acquired the trait Super Buffer. You have acquired the trait Main Order. The system party synergy is now available. I froze, just as I was about to grab a weapon and hunt down Ader. Messages about acquiring new traits and a system flickered in front of my eyes. Attack Totem? Defense Totem? Super Buffer? Main Order? Party Synergy? What were these? I opened up the trait window. Attack Totem LV.1. Simply by being on the battlefield, you uplift your allies' morale, granting a 5% bonus to all allies' attack power. Defense Totem LV.1. Simply by being on the battlefield, you uplift your allies' morale, granting a 5% bonus to all allies' defense power. So, these were literal totem traits. My mere presence on the battlefield provided an attack and defense bonus to my allies. Moreover, Super Buffer enhances all buffs provided by the commander character by 1 level. This went as far as enhancing by 1 level. Isn't this a gem? No, it wasn't just a gem. If this buff was applied to all allies, it was outright overpowered. Just by possessing one character's trait, I could offer a mass increase in attack and defense to thousands of allies. So that's why there's a personal debuff. The buff itself was overpowered. If the buffing commander unit could also grow, it would be extremely overpowered. Hence, the debuff to growth rate. Considering this, it wasn't bad. No, objectively speaking, it was pretty great. The only minor issue is, I can only equip up to 3 traits. These 3 traits are useful, but if I equip all 3, I can't use any other traits. I then looked at the other trait I had recently acquired. Main Order LV.1. The ability to deliver commands accurately on the battlefield. It allows you to control your subordinates more accurately, as if they were your own limbs. This was a trait related to troop control. In games, it was a simple task to control hundreds or thousands of troops, but this was reality. It was hard to steer the battlefield according to my plans. This trait seemed to simplify that. And then there's map making. So there were 5 traits in total. With a cooldown of 24 hours for changing traits, it seemed I would have to adapt on the fly, adjusting traits according to the circumstances of the battlefield. Well, that should cover the traits. I learned that the party synergy system had also been unlocked. This was new to me. Party synergy, a unique benefit of the commander class, provides a stats boost to the party depending on the job combination of party members. Encourages trying various combinations. A boost based on the party members' roles? I accessed the synergy list and looked at the top line. Party synergy list. Knight synergy. Increase in physical defense based on the number of knight characters in the party. Knight 2. Dual knights. All party members' physical defense increases by 20%. Knight 4. Iron Squad. All party members' physical defense increases by 50%. Knight 5. Unbreakable. All party members' physical defense increases by 90%. TL note. Seems like they decided to add Auto Battler to the mix too. LOL. So, it granted additional stats depending on the party makeup. As the game progressed, the number of heroes recruited and the parties formed would multiply. Each party would benefit from a synergy bonus according to their mix. That's clever. This system was an exclusive advantage of the commander class. As a former player now directly involved on the battlefield, I couldn't envision a more fitting role. I respectfully placed back the cudgel I had picked up to dispatch Ader into the fireplace. My apologies. I had mulled over numerous tactics to complete this first stage, but ultimately one strategy stood out. Orthodoxy. There were multiple gimmicks, but I wasn't equipped to utilize them yet, and time was scarce. It seemed best to use the remaining time to strengthen our defenses sincerely. Under this decision, I drafted carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, and alchemists to fortify our defense lines. But I've been drafting for a while now. I broke into a cold sweat as I eyed the 4 individuals standing before me. The lead carpenter, the chief mason, the head blacksmith, and the primary alchemist. For stern-faced elderly men, bound by ropes and hauled before me. This isn't kidnapping, it's conscription. Well, none of them were complying with the draft notice, so Ader scratched his head awkwardly. In the rush, I only managed to bring the guild leaders. As Ader politely clarified his recruitment efforts, the disgruntled guild leaders, as if waiting for this moment, expressed their discontent. What the hell is this out of nowhere? Even if you're royalty, there are protocols. We were processing magic stones. How are we supposed to do that if you just drag us here? If there are losses in our operations, will you take responsibility? Look at them, all furious, shouting with veins bulging on their faces. As I looked at them, I couldn't help but feel regret as I offered them a soft apology. Are you guys asking for a death wish? Who on earth screams about protocol? Huh? You think I'm a pushover? The 4 guild leaders instantly shut their mouths. I continued to give them a warm earful. When I, the prince of this country and the lord of this city, summon you, huh? Regardless of your work or any crap you're up to, you should scramble over here. Got it? And then you dare to sit there, glowering at me? Wound my pride? Are you asking for death? No, well, that's...
Sorry, sorry.
It's our first interaction with a royal lord, so... The guild leaders instantly came to their senses and averted their gaze. At times like these, I felt gratitude towards Ash. His nationwide reputation as a madman let me freely indulge in such antics. Stand at attention. With my roar, the guild leaders promptly straightened their posture. Cold sweat beaded on the elders' faces. I think I've injected enough fear. Time to ease off. Yeah, I understand you're busy. After a long time, you must have obtained several high-quality magic stones. You're probably tied up processing and packaging them. That's right. But who procured those magic stones? I pointed at myself with my thumb. And who will continue to bring them in the future? Your most significant ally. And that ally is none other than... Who? Why you, Your Highness. Exactly. For now, remember this. I wiped the smile off my face. Let's cut to the chase. The Monster Legion is marching towards us. They will reach this city in 3 days. The startled guild leaders exchanged glances. But the monsters have been dormant for the past few years. Even if they did appear, they were mostly held back before reaching Crossroad, right? The circumstances have shifted. Didn't you hear about the frontier base getting wiped out? I clicked my tongue and shook my head. The monstrous fiends have started acting aggressively again. It's not a small-scale attack either. We're talking thousands. And this isn't the end. Their onslaught will persist. And to be honest, we are underpowered. I folded my arms and gazed sternly at the guild leaders. We need help. We need the assistance of every producer in this city. But even if you say that, what can we do? I seek your aid in manufacturing military supplies. Of course, I'm not asking you to work for free. I'll pay a reasonable price. I chuckled and snapped my fingers. This surge in monster activity is a crisis, but it's also an opportunity, wouldn't you say? For the past decade or so, with the monsters in a lull, magic stone mining had naturally dwindled. Several problems had arisen in the magic stone processing industry. But if the monster numbers surge again, magic stone production booms. And when magic stone production thrives, wealth flows in. Let's strike a deal. I clapped my hands together. I will provide you with a portion of the magic stones reclaimed by the military at cost. Perhaps about 20%. We can negotiate the exact percentage later. The guild master's eyes widened in shock. Eh? Sir, are you serious? Absolutely. Direct access to magic stones sounds like a good deal, doesn't it? Until now, the military had been collecting the magic stones and selling them to the merchants, who then commissioned the production workers to process them. But why should we stick to that old method? Why should we needlessly pad the pockets of middlemen? Let's trade directly. There was no need for us to split the profits. My long-term plan was to take control of all production within the city, including the distribution of magic stones. I intended to seize control of not just the production of magic stones, but also their processing, distribution, and selling. However, from now on, you must prioritize the production of military supplies when I instruct you to. Of course, I'll pay you fairly for your work. I tilted my chin towards the guild masters, who nervously swallowed their saliva. What do you think? It's a good offer, isn't it? Ultimately, I was wielding money and power to reel them in. Isn't that the essence of a golden rule? We're in. We can give it a try. When do we start and what do we need to do? Well, what can you do? There's nothing in this world as persuasive as money. After concluding the meeting with the guild masters of the production sector, I headed towards the mansion's entrance, where my heroes had assembled. Lucas, Damien, Lily, and the new party representative, Jupiter. Lucas, Damien, and Lily had already met, so they exchanged comfortable greetings. But Jupiter, due to her uniquely ominous aura, stood a little awkwardly to the side. Of course, Jupiter, not the type to be bothered by such things, took drags from her cigar while squinting at the other party members. This old lady, her gaze reminded me of a grandmother looking at her adorable grandchildren. They'll get along eventually. I didn't fret over it and began to brief the party members. I believe Lucas has given you a basic rundown of the situation. I nodded, glancing at each of the four who were all eyes on me. A legion of monsters, specifically 1,000 living armors, are marching towards this city. Their estimated time of arrival is about 3 days from now. They all simultaneously wore expressions of "we're in deep trouble." Quite the amusing spectacle. Chapter 17. Stage 1. Preparation for War. 2. I filled my party members in on the current situation. As I discussed the imminent onslaught of 1,000 living armors, the faces of Damien and Lily turned ashen. Jupiter just exhaled billows of smoke from her cigarette without a word, while Lucas, having already been briefed, remained composed. "What's our plan, Your Highness?" Lucas inquired. I acknowledged his query with a nod. "We can't just twiddle our thumbs for 3 days. We'll do all that's within our power. I'll delegate tasks to each of you now." I first addressed Lucas. "Lucas, ready for your command. I'm appointing you as the Supreme Commander of the Crossroad Forces." Lucas, the original protagonist of this game, essentially represented the player. He was endowed with exceptional leadership skills. I could depend on him. "I'll do my utmost." With a respectful bow, Lucas accepted my terse and to-the-point directive. Crossroad hasn't experienced a real invasion in several years. Our troops have likely lost their edge. Your job is to whip them back into shape. I'll fulfill your command. The enemy we're about to face is the living armor. They're spectral knights. Physical attacks are largely ineffective, especially cutting strikes. They're practically worthless. Would slicing through a ghost serve any purpose? Moreover, blades are usually ineffective against armor. Equip all our soldiers with blunt weapons. If that's not feasible, provide them with wooden clubs. In essence, I plan to modify the nature of their weaponry to ensure they could deal substantial damage, even if it was to the armor. The physical attack attributes in Protect the Empire were divided into 3 types: Slash, Strike, and Pierce. While no single attribute was clearly superior, aligning them appropriately could prove beneficial. In the next 3 days, swap the gear and provide basic training in the use of blunt weapons. Understood. Excellent. I'm counting on you. I had faith that Lucas would accomplish his task proficiently. I then focused on the next party member. Moving on, Lily. As her name was called, Lily, confined to her wheelchair, gestured towards her legs with a puzzled look. "Your Highness, as you can see, I am unable to." Her confusion was understandable. She had recently retired from battle due to her incapacitation, and here I was, urging her back into the fray against the monsters. "I apologize, Lily, but at this moment, we're in desperate need of your assistance." Lily, an R-grade magician with experience since the tutorial stage, was too precious a resource to leave unutilized. I regretted it, but I had to leverage her skills. "But don't worry excessively. You won't be required on the front lines." "Then what should I?" Crossroad hasn't faced a direct assault in over a decade. The soldiers were not just complacent, but our defensive tools and facilities were also deteriorating. A considerable chunk, actually most of the defensive artifacts, are languishing and decaying in storage. We need to get them operational and back in action. I had already instructed the head of the Alchemist Guild. By now, a team of alchemists should be congregating at the military warehouse. Then Yes, I'd like you to supervise the refurbishment of the defensive artifacts. Artifact repair was typically a task for alchemists, but it was undeniably more efficient to have a mage for the field tests. Surely, this is just an excuse. I had intended to appoint Lily to supervise all artifact maintenance from here on out. As a mage, Lily was sharp, hardworking, and efficient. She was the ideal candidate to manage the artifacts, which could be considered the heart of the defensive equipment. If she's in charge of artifact repairs, she'll naturally become well-versed in their condition and capabilities. Inevitably, she would assume overall responsibility. "I'm sorry, Lily, but retirement isn't in your cards. Your future is a life of service to this city. It doesn't need to be in top-notch condition. As long as it can fire even a single shot, repair the artifact to that level and place it on the city walls." "Ah, understood." Lily was slightly trembling, but she nodded. Don't worry too much. They'll compensate you generously. Next, Jupiter. Upon hearing her name, Jupiter promptly extinguished her cigarette. You can keep smoking. After all, you're about to be pushed to your limits. It's the least I can allow. Jupiter, as you've probably anticipated, you're the cornerstone of this defensive battle. The moment she learned the enemy was a living armor, Jupiter would have known. She was headed for an exhausting fight. Living armors are ghosts clad in metal armor. You, who can wield electric magic, are their perfect counter. This was the key reason why I chose to fight traditionally, refraining from any gimmicks at this stage.
Senhor Hank Lightning Magé, Júpiter.
For the monster species known as living armors, she was the worst enemy imaginable. You could say this cursed game had granted me a sliver of luck. You and your party will operate separately. Well, supply mounts for everyone. During the defense battle, you'll employ guerrilla tactics. You attack, and your party members shield you. There's nothing else to prepare. Sync up with your party members and rest until the day of the defense battle. You'll be stretched to your limits. Jupiter listened to my words in silence. I gave a hearty nod. Show me what you're capable of. Make the salary in paying you worthwhile. I have one question, Your Majesty. Jupiter, twirling her unlit cigarette between her long fingers, flashed a faint smile. That salary, it's renewed annually, isn't it? Indeed, it is. So if this old gal performs well, it goes up, right? Jupiter inquired, not bothering to conceal the avarice flickering in her one eye. I couldn't help but laugh at her audacity. This money-minded old woman. Absolutely. It will naturally increase based on your performance. You might want to start contemplating next year's hike, Your Majesty. Jupiter tossed her cigarette on the ground. The elderly lightning mage cracked her knuckles within her gloved hands and laughed. There won't be a mercenary as good a bargain as I am. Once Lucas, Lily, and Jupiter received their assignments, they left to fulfill their respective duties. At the entrance of the mansion, only Damien, Ader, and I remained. Damien blinked his large brown eyes in bewilderment. Your Highness, what should I? Damien. I signaled to Ader, who promptly brought over a leather bag. I passed the bag directly to Damien. Take it. It's been prepared for you. Ha! With a look of surprise, Damien opened the bag and examined its contents. Is this a crossbow? Indeed. ID hastily bought an N-grade crossbow from a weapons merchant.
Ordinary crossbow, N, LV.10.
Category crossbow. Attack power, 10 to 15. Durability, 30/30ths. Bonus, none. Although it was N-grade, it was lightweight and rather durable. ID also secured 3 quivers of high-quality arrows and placed them in the bag. From now on, your role will be a stationary long-range sniper. Only resort to healing magic in dire circumstances. Damien would have to relinquish his identity as a healing priest and reinvent himself as a sniper. Naturally, there would be conflicts. The only skills Damien would acquire henceforth would be unrelated to sniping healing magic. He'd also have to let go of the combat style he'd practiced as a healing priest his entire life. It would be challenging. The path ahead was steep. However, Farsight was a talent worth the hardships. It was a top-tier skill in the game. I'll give it a shot. Damien gingerly put down the staff he'd been clutching and took hold of the crossbow ID handed him. If it's Your Highness' command. His stance with the crossbow was clumsy, but if he could shoot as effectively as he had with the mana cannon, he'd master this quickly too. By the way, where are your glasses? Not wearing them anymore. Indeed. Damien's face was devoid of glasses. Apparently, he'd discarded them after they broke in the previous battle. In fact, my eyesight was so good that I wore glasses with no prescription just to dull it. Ha! But now that I need my eyes, I won't be wearing glasses. Damien offered a shy smile. Proud fellow. I too grinned and gave Damien's shoulder a supportive pat. Observing us from behind, Ader, adjusting his glasses, joined in.
Im Relief.
I was concerned about the overlap of the glass's trait. Could you just keep quiet, please? After issuing a soft growl at Ader, I cleared my throat and turned to Damien. Ader and I are heading out to oversee the defense preparations. Damien, if you wish, you can practice with the crossbow alone. I'll accompany you, Your Highness. Before I could suggest he join us, Damien volunteered enthusiastically. With Sir Lucas not here, please allow me to escort you, Your Highness. Escort. That's an interesting choice of words. By the looks of it, it seemed like I might be the one needing protection. Regardless, I was already considering taking you along, so I gave a nod of agreement. All right, let's get going then. First stop, the ramparts. Crossroad was a fortified city, encircled by walls on all four sides. However, the southern wall was notably the thickest. It was only natural, given that the brunt of monster attacks coming from the south was concentrated there. As Damien, Ader, and I arrived at the southern wall, the guild masters of the blacksmiths and stonemasons promptly approached us, their greetings a touch awkward. Ah, Your Highness has arrived. Indeed. How's the wall faring? It's not in great shape. It's been neglected for some time. The two guild masters glanced at the rusty metal plates strewn along the wall with a twinge of regret. I turned to Ader, my tone gruff. Isn't it the basic responsibility of a fortress city to maintain its walls? Why the hell was it left like this? Well, it's because we ran out of funds. Ader replied, offering a forced smile. With the decrease in monster appearances, the magic stone mining decreased, city revenues decreased, and so on. The previous lord started to trim the budget in areas where the money wouldn't be needed immediately. They've mistaken the means for the end. A fortress constructed to repel monsters, now falling into disrepair because of a decline in income. It was absurd. I shouted at the guild members working on the fortifications. I don't care what it costs. Reinforce and repair it as much as possible. Understood. Yes, sir. Start right away. There's no time to waste. Monsters could be on their way any minute. The blacksmiths hastily attached metal plates to the wall and secured them with firm hammer blows. The sound of metal striking metal echoed satisfyingly around us. Clang, clang, clang. Money can always be made later, but lives lost are gone forever. Having seen too many scenarios where being tight-fisted led to disastrous consequences, I had no intention of scrimping on defenses. What's the status of our cannonball and arrow supplies? Do we have enough? When I asked, looking at the cannons and ballistae positioned on the wall, Ader was quick to respond. We're short, so I bought up as much as the merchants had. They'll all be placed here. Aren't the moats supposed to be filled with holy water? Why are they still dry? We're working with the temple and getting it all airlifted in. I jabbed my index finger at Ader, issuing a stern warning. Spare no expense and fill every inch. If I hear about any shortages, your head will be the first to roll. Understood. I will make sure that doesn't happen. Ader, clutching his neck with both hands, yelled. After clicking my tongue, I surveyed the wall, now under repair, once more before heading down. Our next stop was the lumber workshop. As we entered the workshop, dozens of expectant carpenters and a towering pile of wood all turned to face me. In response, I clapped my hands with a resounding echo. Did you catch all that? We're pressed for time, so let's get to the point. What you'll be constructing for the next 3 days is a wall. Excuse me? A wall, you heard right, a wall. About this high. Understand? Something that blocks the path. I stretched my arms wide to visually demonstrate the concept of a wall. A high, sturdy wall. Well, we do understand what a wall is, but this wooden wall will be erected in front of the southern ramparts. They'll specify the exact spot. The carpenters exchanged puzzled looks. After a brief pause, the cautious head of the Carpenters' Guild spoke up. Pardon me, Your Majesty, but monsters will easily breach a wooden wall. There was a reason why Crossroads ramparts were fortified with robust iron plates. Even if reinforced with resilient plywood, A wall composed of wood would be effortlessly torn asunder by monsters. I'm not looking for a permanent blockade. You'd think I wouldn't understand that, having played this game countless times. What I need is a disposable barricade for this specific battle. What was needed was a wall to be used as a consumable item. A defense game-type wall to forcibly reroute those monstrous brutes. All you need to do is build a wooden wall as high and as sturdy as you can, just as I instructed. I bellowed at the still bewildered carpenters.
All right, no digidalin.
Get to work immediately. It was time to implement the cornerstone of defense game tactics. It was time to establish the kill zone. Chapter 18. Work was progressing in earnest. I hustled around the site, giving out orders. We fortified our defense mechanisms, set up artifacts on the ramparts, refined the soldiers' formation, and worked tirelessly to erect the wooden wall. Not too shabby. With every preparation made, my confidence in this stage grew. There's no reason to panic. Indeed, the living armor is among the most formidable monsters at the start. But this was stage 1, the very onset of the early stages. The average monster level was a mere 5. Regardless of how challenging the opposition, their stats weren't overly impressive. In fact, that's beneficial. Handling the living armor early will smooth the path ahead. A legion, once dealt with, doesn't reemerge for a considerable while. It's better to take the brunt at first, dealing swiftly with the worst foe for an easier journey later. Plus, having cleared stage 0, the circumstances are decidedly in our favor. Whether here or on Earth, money is the fuel that drives progress. Investing the earnings from stage 0 into our defense infrastructure, we could prepare in a manner extraordinarily sturdy, unthinkable for an early stage. I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. Repeating this mantra to myself, I spent 3 days preparing our defenses. Time seemed to zip by. 3 days later, on top of Crossroads' southern rampart, I studied the stage information window. Stage 1. Start in 30 minutes. Just half an hour left. The stage's beginning meant that the Monster Wave's vanguard was about to launch their initial assault. Thud. 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 Before that, the monster's figures would become visible, looming over the landscape. Thud. 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 A soft, metallic noise echoed across the land. The spectral armors began to materialize on the horizon, moving as one. They're visible, the scout hollered at the top of his voice. They're coming. Thud. 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 The living armor legion. Even as distant silhouettes, the sight of 1,000 heavily armored monsters caused the ground to hum slightly. Gulp. A simultaneous dry swallow resounded among the soldiers positioned on the ramparts. For about a decade, the monsters hadn't reached Crossroad. The dwindling hordes had been entirely repelled at the forward base erected by the lake. But the forward base had fallen, and after more than a decade, they'd made it this far. The soldiers' tension was entirely understandable. There's no need for fear, I bellowed with conviction. These monstrous brutes are nothing more than numbers. Well, they were the living armor legion, the most daunting monsters at the onset. In contrast, were the mightiest army in the Southern Empire. Well, we were actually a group of retired veterans and green recruits, a band of novice mercenaries. Our defensive preparations are flawless. Our equipment is in prime condition. Well, no matter how much money was poured in, time was against us. Our preparations were, in reality, insufficient. We can hold them off. We have nothing to fear. But my bravado-laden declaration belied a deeper anxiety. I alone should bear the burden of worry in this place. Their fears and doubts should rest with me. Just follow my lead. With a mischievous grin, I took in the faces of the expectant soldiers. So that we can raise our cups to victory tonight. At my words, the seasoned soldiers, who understood the terror of the living armor, tensed up. The new recruits, unfamiliar with the looming threat, remained frozen in place. Regardless of the humans' tremors, the monsters advanced steadily. You can do this, Jupiter. I peered anxiously through my telescope at the approaching horde. Half this stage's strategy rests on you. Do well. And then, rumble, rumble. The distant rumble of thunder resonated faintly. A smirk played at the corners of my mouth. Thunder heralded the coming of lightning. The high-priced lightning magician I'd hired was making her move. From the get-go, Jupiter and her party were stationed outside the fortress. Their mission was to ambush the living armor legion trudging across the southern plains. Boom! 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 Like an unyielding machine, the 1,000 armored beasts marched in impeccable order. From the southern plains to the southern ramparts of the crossroads. A straight line. Observing their path through the telescope, I whispered to myself, just a bit closer, just a bit. Monsters adhere to one fundamental principle.
Eliminat a humans.
They take the most direct path to exterminate humans. Absent significant obstacles, they would naturally follow the road in a straight line towards the city, which meant, all of a sudden, given their predictable path, traps proved incredibly effective. Whoosh! The leading living armors tread on the earth that unexpectedly gave way beneath them. The living armors staggered, then collectively plunged to the ground. Thud! Bang! The classic pitfall trap. Lacking the time to dig deep, the pit was shallow. Enough to throw the frontline living armor off balance. But that was enough. The heavily armored beasts tumbled clumsily. As the first row collapsed in a heap, the rear rank stumbled or came to a halt. Almost instantly, a bottleneck formed, bringing their march to a standstill. And that brief pause was all we needed. I roared, "Now!" Thud! 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 As if responding to my command, Jupiter's 5-strong party, perched on war horses, sprang from the bush where they'd lain in wait. Brilliant sparks of electricity danced in the hands of Jupiter at the forefront. Well then, Jupiter, her white hair flicking, channeled her magical power and unleashed a storm of lightning in every direction. Let's get our money's worth. Flash! Boom! 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 Bright yellow bolts of lightning descended like an electric storm on the living armor legion. This was Jupiter's initial move. Bleaching Zone. This elderly lattice active skill, aptly named bleaching, hinted at lightning's power to bleach or whiten its targets. But they're turning black, aren't they? A shiver coursed down my spine as I stared at the charred remnants of the living armor, crisped to a blackened hue by the lightning bolts. Is this what they call bleaching? It looks more like scorching. Boom! 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 The downpour of lightning bolts showed no sign of stopping. With every bolt, the living armors crumpled like sodden paper. Given their metallic armor's high conductivity, and the extra damage ghost-type monsters received from magical attacks, it was a perfect storm. Before I knew it, dozens of living armors were blackened and toppled. Watching this unfold, I clenched my fists. Well done, Jupiter. Grrrr. Grr. The living armors who had escaped the lightning's wrath and those unharmed in the rear lines, all at once turned their gaze to the attacker. The sight of 1,000 monsters staring in unison was bone-chilling. I felt a chill even from this distance. I could only imagine Jupiter and her party's predicament under that penetrating gaze. What are you gawking at? You little monsters who don't even know how to respect their elders. But they were holding up. Jupiter was a seasoned warrior, and every member of her team embodied heroism. They weren't fazed by this level of intimidation. Lighting a cigarette with a flicker of lightning, Jupiter wore a wide grin as she raised her hand again. Tonight's dinner special is fried armor. Make sure to chew it properly, kids. This time, blue lightning fell from the heavens. Flash, Jupiter's second skill. Bleaching again. The initial skill left a mark on the struck enemy, and the second move inflicted an extra hit on those marked. The blue lightning struck down on the living armors who had survived the first assault, pulverizing them into dust on the spot. The armors of the surrounding living armors melted down, causing them to collapse. The power was staggering. Kugga-gung. Flames and thunderous sounds shook the battlefield. Wow wow! The soldiers watching from the castle walls erupted into collective cheer. Seeing the monstrous armored beasts dissolve like frost in the warmth of spring, their jubilation was only natural. But as the smoke and flames cleared, the soldiers' cheers gradually subsided. Grrr! Grrr! The living armor legion was far from defeated, and their numbers remained frighteningly vast. Their initial assault had decimated about 50 monsters, but the legion initially numbered in the 1,000. The previous attack was nothing more than a minor scrape. The living armors started to reassemble their broken ranks, their eerie eyes glinting. I bellowed at the top of my lungs. "Fall back, Jupiter!" At once, Jupiter swung her head around. "Charge!" Jupiter's shout echoed as her band of 5 spun around, presenting their backs to the armor-clad monsters, and goaded their steeds towards the fortress. "Rower! Row-a-awayer!" The living armors, in return, let out ghastly roars and gave chase. Clang! 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 A metallic wave followed in their wake. 1,000 armor-bound beasts had launched into full-speed pursuit, their sole intent to rip apart the fleeing riders. Though slower than the warhorses, the sight was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. "Run! Run, you little whelps! Don't look back! Just run!" Jupiter, leading the group, bellowed from the front. The soldiers perched on the ramparts paled. The wave of armor chasing the fleeing humans was a sight of pure horror. "It's all going as planned. There's nothing to worry about," I yelled at the top of my lungs. "Just follow the instructions. Everyone, get ready." "Yes, sir." The soldiers scrambled to their positions. All the cannons mounted on the walls were primed and ready. Thump, 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 thump. The living armors, hot on the heels of the fleeing humans, soon encountered something peculiar. Grrr, grrr. A wooden wall, a long wooden barricade, slightly taller than a person, stood erected in the path of Jupiter's band. A construction our diligent carpenters had toiled night and day for the past 3 days to erect. Thump, 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 thump. Members of Jupiter's party darted through a narrow gate in the middle of the wall. The pursuing living armors paused, momentarily flustered. The monsters had 3 possible routes: shatter the fence, circumnavigate the fence and take the longer path, or trail the humans through the narrow gate amid the fences. Row-a-air. For the monsters, there was only one choice: eliminate the humans ahead. Without sparing a second thought to options like tearing down the fence or taking a detour, they charged straight ahead. "That's right, you dim-witted monsters!" I cheered, extending my arm to the side. "All units, ready to fire!" To pass through the narrow gate, the living armors were forced to condense their ranks. Their pace slackened. They jostled and bottlenecked as they squeezed through the narrow passage. Those who emerged on the open grounds at such a reduced speed were met by, "We've been waiting, gentlemen," a meticulous crossfire set up by the humans. Finally, I gave the command in a booming voice to the soldiers manning the cannon, waiting for my signal. "Spare nothing, fire everything." As I thrust my arm forward with all my strength, "Fire! Fire dash!" The soldiers echoed my command in harmony and ignited the cannons. Boom! Kaboom dash! All the cannons on the walls belched fire in synchrony. Screech! Dozens of unleashed cannonballs descended upon the heads of the monsters who had just shuffled through the gate. Boom! 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 Setting off a spectacular explosion and reducing the armored monsters to piles of ashes. Chapter 19. Stage 1, the Kill Zone. Protect the Empire is, at its core, a defense game. And what's the golden rule of such games? Monsters follow distinct patterns of behavior. These patterns are designed for the players to understand and to formulate a defensive strategy accordingly. In Protect the Empire, the monsters usually exhibit one behavioral pattern: kill humans. They choose the shortest route, targeting the nearest human. With such transparent behavioral patterns, a myriad of strategies can be constructed. The simplest strategy is distraction. A small unit can be sent out to attract the monster's attention, steering them to a specified location. Then, there's my preferred strategy, the forced path. By obstructing their way with wooden fences, walls, barricades, and the like, you can consume their time. If their route is entirely blocked, the monsters will demolish the hurdles and press on. However, if a small opening is left, and a bait is provided with a small unit, the monsters will be manipulated to follow that path. At the end of this contrived path, a crossfire awaits, herding the monsters into a narrow space and focusing all firepower to obliterate them in a single sweep. This is the fundamental strategy of a defense game. It's the kill zone. I cried out, my fist clenched tightly.
Bang! Boom, boom, boom.
The monsters began to trickle in through the entrance wedged between the fence walls. One after another, the cannons mounted on the fortress walls spewed fire at these incoming beasts.
Kaboom! Ka-kaboom!
Living armors, having breached the gate, were melted down by the horrifying explosions. Fire! My arms swung wildly as I bellowed at the top of my voice. Fire! Fire!
Don't pause.
Keep firing until the barrels are molten. My command echoed, carried forward by Lucas. Fire, reload, then fire again. We can't afford to give them a breather. Soldiers manning each cannon, drenched in sweat, engaged in the endless cycle of reloading and firing. A deafening barrage of sounds filled the air, setting off unending explosions at the point of contact. Living armors were obliterated ruthlessly, but the battle wasn't over yet. Lily, I quickly swiveled to the side. Is the gravity field artifact ready? It's ready. Lily, who had somehow taken charge of all artifacts, promptly responded. I nodded. Activate it. Yes, activating gravity field artifact. The alchemists on standby echoed in unison and activated the brown magic device. Artifact activating. Dash. With an unusual operating sound, the gravity field artifact sprang to life. It was one of the few repaired R-grade artifacts. Its effect was pretty straightforward. It amplified the gravity of a specific area, slowing down the adversary's movements. But its simplicity was what made it formidable. As the gravity field enveloped the kill zone, the already slow-moving living armors began to stagger clumsily. This naturally increased the accuracy of the bombardment. Do we just need to keep them at bay like this? Damien, who had been studying the fiery inferno next to me, questioned with a hint of uncertainty. Those creatures, they can't breach that, can they? I held my tongue, silently watching the living armors being torn to shreds in the crossfire. If such a straightforward strategy could easily stop them, I wouldn't have identified them as our greatest foes. As anticipated, rumbling, through the thick cloud of smoke, the monsters began to escape the kill zone one after another. Each of the living armors carried a shield. They raised their shields flawlessly, mitigating the force of the shells and enduring it. They were creatures forged from robust armor right from the start. Even if we focused the bombardment and inflicted damage, it was impossible to wipe them out entirely. Ballista troops. That's why we had arranged for a separate cleanup team. Start firing at those escaping the crossfire. Without missing a beat, Lucas relayed my command. Ballista fire. Yes. Firing initiated dash. The soldiers, who had been waiting with their ballistae primed, all began to launch at once. Thump. Thump, thump, thump. With a muffled launching noise, large arrows were dispatched from the ballistae. The released arrows soared towards the living armors, who were escaping the kill zone with their shields raised. Crack! Crunch dash! The harsh sound of shields being shattered grotesquely reverberated. The living armors, already fatigued from enduring the bombardment, couldn't withstand the ballista assault and fell one by one. Grr! Thud! Thud! Gazing down at the living armors toppling like straw dolls, I activated the enemy information window. Enemy info stage 1. LV? 1 body. LV.5 living armor assault trooper. 810 units. Kill counts. 242. The kill count was rising alarmingly. Good, this is following the textbook. Form a kill zone, pin the enemies there as long as feasible, and obliterate them all at once. It was the textbook defensive strategy of protect the empire. Even though it was the initial stage, we were fighting rather impressively. If we can maintain the front line like this. Your Highness. However, there are some bypassing the wall. It wasn't going to be that simple. I quickly raised my telescope to where Lucas was pointing. A portion of the living armor forces were circumventing the wooden fence wall, veering from left to right. Since if we completely blocked them, they would merely destroy it, we left openings in the middle and on both ends. As the middle path was blocked and became congested, the living armors at the back started to detour to the left and right. The number of bypassers was not significant, but they had to be halted. Jupiter. I immediately hailed Jupiter. Jupiter and her party were in retreat and awaiting orders near the city wall. I'm entrusting you with the living armor units veering from the right side of the fence. Intercept them with a hit-and-run strategy. As you command. Jupiter, acknowledging my command, nudged her steed gently. Let's go. Charge. As though taking flight, Jupiter's party of 5 surged forward. Jupiter, who was racing directly at the living armors aiming to encircle us, brandished both her hands. Eat this. Flash dash. Boom. Lightning descended, enveloping the living armors in a fiery blaze. Good. Jupiter's holding that side well. What remained were those attempting to outflank us from the left. I glanced sideways. As our eyes locked, Damien swallowed audibly. Damien.
Yes.
It's your turn. I pointed with my chin towards the living armors advancing from a distance. Snipe those trying to flank us from the left side of the fence. Yes. Damien gripped his crossbow tightly and made his way to the ramparts. He positioned his crossbow atop the ramparts, aimed at the foremost living armor, and after, "Who?" Closing his eyes to draw in a deep breath, he opened them wide. Then he pulled the trigger. Clank. Whoosh dash. Along with the sound of the wind being sliced, an arrow jetted from the crossbow. The launched arrow traveled beyond the usual range of a crossbow. Cling. The targeted lead living armor raised its shield, but, skack dash. Like a serpent, the arrow twisted its body midair, charting a monstrous trajectory, evading the shield and drilling through. Thump. It penetrated the space between the helmet and chestplate of the living armor. The blue flame shimmering within the armor dispersed, then fragmented into pieces. Growling, clang, as if its core had been pierced, the armored beast's movement came to an abrupt halt. Following this, the empty shell of armor crashed onto the ground. The soldiers who had been observing this side all looked on in shock. A satisfied grin appeared on my face. This was the power of farsight, identifying the enemy's vulnerability and sniping accurately. Even so, to pierce the soul core of a ghost with just a regular crossbow and arrow. Just how much of a correction was it receiving? This damn trait. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Damien continued to fire arrows relentlessly. Grara. And these arrows, every single one, skewered the living armors. One shot, one kill. Truly, it was a divine display of skill. The surrounding soldiers watched Damien with their mouths agape. Damien paid no mind to the onlookers' gazes and carried on loading and firing arrows. The front was a kill zone, Jupiter held the right, and the left was covered by Damien. The defense battle was proceeding extraordinarily well. Enemy information, Stage 1. LV? 1 unit. LV.5 living armor assault soldier. 560 units. Kill counts. 492. Before I realized it, we were nearing 500 kills. Surveying the stabilized front line, I nodded to myself. If it continues like this, it should go smoothly until the boss mob shows up, right? Just then, a mist-like substance began to ooze from the armor of the defeated living armors scattered across the battlefield. I blinked, puzzled. What the hell was this? Nothing like this ever occurred in the game. The mists slowly coalesced above us, merging into a single form. What was once a fuzzy cluster gradually gained clarity. The more living armors fell, the more it. Then, exactly when the kill count reached 500, ding! The enemy information window shifted. Enemy information, Stage 1. LV.25 Phantom Knight. 1. LV.5 Living Armor Assault Troop. 552 units. Kill counts. 500. The title of the concealed boss monster was disclosed. The leader of the Living Armor Legion, Phantom Knight. Everything so far was as I expected. However, the moment the name was unveiled, the hovering mass of mist began to solidify. A ghastly form with grotesquely twisted pale limbs adorned in shredded robes. A monstrous ghost, if you will. This is the boss monster of the Living Armor Legion, Phantom Knight. This brute typically appears once all the general monsters of the Living Armor Legion are vanquished, when the spirits within the armor amalgamate. This was the terrifying power of the Living Armor Legion. The Legion was a formidable foe, but even after they were all wiped out, a boss monster would emerge as if starting a second round. But I haven't defeated all the living armors yet. Why did it materialize so soon? The revealed Phantom Knight made no movements. It didn't invoke any large-scale debuffs or unleash devastating attacks. It simply floated aimlessly in the air. What? That's what. But this was not a game. It was brutal reality. The sudden emergence of this enormous anomaly in the sky was enough to throw the soldiers into a state of chaos. Damn it! I clenched my teeth. This was the stark difference between a human war and a war against monsters. The primal fear incited by the presence of an alien entity. Just the arrival of the boss monster had the soldiers crumbling in fear, and the effectiveness of the front line drastically dropped. And it wasn't only the humans who were petrified. The horses started to panic, succumbing to their terror. They couldn't withstand the sinister aura radiating from the boss-grade monster. The warhorses of Jupiter's party, who were conducting a guerrilla operation outside the fortress walls, were not exempt. The horses bolted in sheer terror, and Jupiter, who was just charging her next lightning spell, lost her footing and was tossed from her saddle. Damn it, you damned! Thud! Jupiter, who was dislodged from her horse, hit the ground. Ugh! Kurg! The other members of Jupiter's party suffered the same fate. Everyone groaned as they were thrown from their uncontrollably bucking horses. Ugh! Ugh! Jupiter, who had banged her head on the ground when she fell, was disoriented. She struggled to rise, only to eventually lose consciousness. Ruhar! Meanwhile, the living armors, freed from the obliterated kill zone, charged at us in a frenzy. Their goal? To slaughter the humans within their grasp. Chapter 20. Stage 1, Kill Zone 2. Ugh. How can we topple such a gargantuan beast? The emergence of the boss monster plunged the soldiers on the ramparts into disarray. The once relentless fire of the cannons and ballistae halted, and the once impermeable wall of flame quivered and broke. Roar! Roar dash! Living armors that penetrated the weakening wall of flame swarmed from the front and sides of the wooden fortifications. These monstrous brutes lunged toward the nearest human. Toward Jupiter, who lay unconscious after a devastating fall from her horse. Damn it! We need to form a shield. Protect the mage. For members of Jupiter's party sprinted to her side, forming a protective barrier in front of her. However, they too were roughed up from their respective falls from their steeds. Furthermore, the horses they had been riding had scattered in every direction. The final stand of a cavalry unit that had lost its mobility was as predictable as fire-consuming dry wood. She's going to die. I gritted my teeth. We couldn't afford to lose Jupiter and the hero party here. Damien! Damien turned to me. I quickly gestured towards Jupiter's party. Pick off the living armors heading for Jupiter's party. Yes. Without missing a beat, Damien swiftly redirected his crossbow. Whiz! Whiz! Whiz dash! Snipe shots whistled through the air in quick succession. Thud! Thud! The lethal arrows accurately impaled the living armors. The only snag, while Damien was the most accurate sniper in the world, his rate of fire wasn't particularly fast. Roar dash! The influx of living armors breaking through the faltering kill zone was overwhelming. Damien's sniping alone couldn't halt them all. Lucas called out to me, "My lord, we must adjust the cannon fire to support Jupiter's party."
No.
I dismissed his plea with a swift rebuttal. We must sustain the flame wall as it is. If we lose the kill zone, the escapees will multiply. But concentrate on re-establishing the flame wall first. The soldiers are losing their heads. I dashed over to a soldier who was standing stupefied by the cannon on the wall and slapped him on the back. Pull yourself together, you fool. Don't cower just because that monster is a tad larger. With that, the soldier jolted back to his senses. Huh. Sorry, my lord. I was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Really? Was my slap that impactful? Glancing at my hand, the reason dawned on me. My passive skill. Unyielding commander. Soldiers within 10 of me recover from mental status abnormalities. I surveyed the trembling soldiers on the ramparts. Could it be that recovery from mental status abnormalities not only counters debuff spells but also bolsters shaken morale? So, if I dash around the battlefield in this state of panic, can I restore the soldiers' spirits? As soon as the thought struck me, I made a snap decision. I quickly pivoted to Lucas. Lucas, awaiting your orders. I'll handle the task of soothing the soldiers and re-establishing the kill zone. Lucas, you. I faltered for a moment, then finally spat it out. You'll lead the rescue team. Open the fortress gates, venture out, and rescue Jupiter's party. We couldn't risk losing an SR-grade wizard in this chaos. Not at any price. And the only one who could brave the monster-infested battlefield to rescue Jupiter was, unavoidably, our protagonist, Lucas. Lucas swiftly scanned the battleground. Even now, the living armors that had broken free from the kill zone were surging forward with a formidable momentum. The armored creatures bellowed menacingly, barreling toward Jupiter's party. His task was to dive into this onslaught and retrieve our comrades. A seemingly foolhardy order, to put it mildly. Yes, your highness. But Lucas gazed back at me, his face set in determination, and nodded. I shall return post-haste. I'm relying on you, Lucas. This was a decision that could potentially cost me an SR-grade wizard and even an SSR-grade knight. But I chose to trust Lucas. I chose to wager on this protagonist's inherent luck. Lucas bounded down the fortress wall via the stairs, resembling a blur. I'm banking on you, protagonist. I hastily jogged around the fortress wall, thumping the backs of the soldiers. Shake it off, wake up, you imbeciles. Are you prepared to die just like that? Zap, zap. The soldiers, jolted by my stern thumps, all snapped to attention. Arg! That stings. Your Highness? What? Regain your composure and fire the cannons. Can't you maintain the kill zone? As I ran atop the fortress wall, I slapped soldiers' backs, cheeks, shoulders, anything within reach, and bellowed at the top of my voice. Are you frightened of those monsters? Seriously? The soldiers were all fixated on the colossal specter looming in the sky, fear etched on their faces. So I told them the hard truth. I'm scared too, damn it. Huh. Of course it's terrifying, wouldn't it be? If you aren't scared of that monstrosity, you aren't human. Monsters are larger than humans. Monsters are stronger than humans. Feeling a raw fear is only natural. There's no dishonor in being scared. But think about the common folk who would be even more terrified than us. The trained ones, when facing these monsters. As I sprinted along the fortress wall, I thumped each soldier's back. They all came back to their senses. But knowing they had regained their senses, I ran in the opposite direction once more, thumping each one's back again. Think of your mother, your wife, Your sibling. Your child. Imagine the terror they would feel gazing at those monsters. A fresh wave of fear, tinged with bewilderment, dawned on the faces of the soldiers receiving my back thumps. Envision the scene when these monsters break through and invade the city. Imagine the defenseless civilians being slaughtered by these monsters. Visualize the countless children who could be sacrificed because you are paralyzed by fear. Gulping, huffing. I felt like I was on the verge of retching, having made a full lap around the ramparts. We must hold them back here. Even though I was panting heavily, I continued to bellow. It's us. We're the ones to stop the monsters and shield the people. This is our final stand. The soldiers were still rooted in terror, but with trembling hands, they clasped the cannons and ballistae once more. If you've come back to your senses, fire quickly. Unleash every bit of ammunition you have. Yes, yes, sir. Fire. Fire.
Boom. Boom. Bang.
The cannons belched flames, and the ballistae resumed firing. I too roared fiercely. Fire. Fire. Burn all those monsters to the ground. The kill zone was just about restored. The core of the wooden outer wall was once again bathed in crossfire, and the living armors began to disintegrate in vast numbers. Yet, a significant number of monsters had already breached the outer wall during the temporary cease in kill zone's operation. Open the gate, and towards the monster-ridden battlefield, Lucas charged out in a swift sprint. Charge, charge! Lucas on horseback vanished like a launched arrow. I clenched my fists tightly. Please, Lucas. The destiny of this level. No. The entire fate of this game hinged on Lucas' hands. Ha! Jupiter's eyes widened. Where am I? Jupiter frantically scanned her surroundings. She was in the plain before the southern wall of Crossroad. She found herself sprawled there. I remember being hurled off when my horse unexpectedly went wild. What transpired after that? What's happening? Lady Jupiter, have you regained consciousness? A desperate cry came. Jupiter painstakingly propped up her upper body. She felt her forehead damp. When she touched it, blood stained her hand. It seemed she had wounded her head when she toppled from her horse. Her waist also felt sprained, as every movement elicited severe pain. Oh, such trials at this age. Lady Jupiter, we're running out of time. Lady Jupiter. Looking towards the source of the voice, she saw her party members huddled around her, safeguarding her. Roa air dash, and charging towards her party members were the living armors, howling. Her spinning head abruptly cleared. Jupiter regained her senses and sized up the current predicament. Jupiter's party was stranded. Everyone had been injured when they were thrown from their horses onto the plain, and Jupiter had lost consciousness. Before they could even attempt to return to the city, they were ambushed by the living armors. Backup will arrive soon. We need to hold on until then. The mercenary briefing Jupiter about the situation swung his held hammer in desperation. Thump! The helmet of a charging living armor caved in from his hammer. Roar! Gerdash! Yet, the living armor hesitated only for a moment before fiercely thrusting its spear once more. Madness! How you endure that hit! The mercenary spat out an expletive. His fellow party members shared his sentiments. They clashed against the living armors that swarmed them like a torrent, but regular attacks didn't faze the armors. Magic attacks might stun them, but unless the entire armor was shattered with physical blows, they'd continue their assault. This was the challenge of confronting living armors. Jupiter's party was composed of N-grade heroes. They'd battled quite a few monsters before, but the sheer number and prowess of the living armors were proving a tough match. Inevitably, ugh! There were casualties. It was the mercenary who had been updating Jupiter on the situation. Head managed to crush the fourth living armor with his warhammer, but his leg was impaled by a spear swung by a living armor, now only half its former size. Reeling in pain, he was besieged by several more living armors. He swung his warhammer ferociously and smashed the leading living armor, but thunk! Thunk thunk. His chest and abdomen were skewered by the spears of other living armors. Ugh! Damn it! He writhed in agony, attempting to swing his warhammer once more, but the monsters were quicker. Thunk! Thunk dash! They mechanically withdrew their spears and thrust again. The monsters moved devoid of any emotion, only following the most efficient trajectory to take down a human. Jupiter watched one of her party members be ruthlessly slaughtered, her eyes wide with horror. These goddamn monster bastards! Jupiter hurriedly tried to harness magic to sweep away the nearby living armors, but her magical energy wouldn't gather properly in her hand. Due to the blow to her head when she was thrown off her horse, her magical control was off. Jupiter clutched her forehead, struggling to amass her magical energy. Damn it! Hurry! Thunk! Thunk thunk! Ah! Aw! In the meantime, a second party member fell. A mercenary who'd been warding off attacks with his shield. But under the relentless assault of the living armors, his shield shattered, and his body suffered grave wounds. Ugh! Ugh ugh! Shit! Shit! The third party member battling alongside him spun around and bolted. No, he tried to bolt. But as soon as he turned his back, the living armors launched their spears at him. Swish! Swoosh dash! Thunk thunk! The third party member, instantly impaled by a spear, crumpled to the ground without even a cry. He convulsed in a pool of his own blood and soon drew his last breath. The fragile defense line held by a mere few was obliterated in a flash. Jupiter found herself close enough to the living armors to smell their stench. The scent of rusty armor and stagnant water. The scent of impending doom. You should have remained submerged in the lake. Finally, a modest amount of magic energy accumulated at her fingertips. Jupiter extended her hand forward, shrieking, "Do you truly believe that this old woman will retire in tranquility?" Crack dash! A vivid blue bolt of lightning cut across the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. The living armors positioned at the front line were instantly incinerated, crumbling to the ground. It was a successful strike, but it was just a fraction of her usual power. Instead of the usual shower of bolts, only a single arc of lightning was discharged. This isn't good, Jupiter mused, surveying the living armors that surged forward again from behind their scorched companions. Jupiter clicked her tongue. She then called out to the last remaining member of her party. "Run for your life. You're the last one left." What? The final party member was a youthful mercenary, still wet behind the ears. Jupiter hollered again, her voice resonating across the field. "Better one lives to tell the tale than all perish. Run, kid."